Of our regular meeting of City Council to order, and for Monday, April 29th, end of April. So our first item of business this morning is our delegations, and our first delegation, go ahead Charlie, is 2.1. We have Dale Rose and Jared Neufeld from Sandra Rose, Bone and Grindell in attendance regarding the audited financial statements. Good morning, gentlemen. Welcome. Thanks for being here this morning.
Our pleasure.
The floor is yours.
Jaren's going to take the honors this year and present the auditor's report, please. So.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for having us. So, this year, Canadian auditing standards did change. So you'll see that our auditor's report is 2 pages long. So I'm not going to read it word for word because nobody wants a mid-morning nap. So our auditor's report is addressed to the Mayor and Council of the Corporation of the City of Dawson Creek. It states that we've audited the accompanying consolidated financial statements of the Corporation of the City of Dawson Creek, which comprise of the consolidated statement of financial position as at December 31st, 2018, and the consolidated statements of operations, changes in surpluses, changes in net debt, and cash flows for the year then ended, and a summary of significant accounting policies and other explanatory information. In our opinion, the accompanying consolidated financial statements present fairly, in all material respects, the financial statements of the Corporation of the City of Dawson Creek as at December 31st, 2018, and the results of its operations. So in other words, a clean auditor's report. This was one of the largest changes with the auditor's report, as it moved our opinion up to the very first paragraph. The rest of the auditor's report explains the various responsibilities. Management is responsible for the preparation and fair presentation of the consolidated financial statements in accordance with public sector accounting standards, and for such internal controls as management determines is necessary to enable the presentation of consolidated financial statements that are free from material misstatement, whether due to fraud or error. As auditors, it's our objective to obtain reasonable assurance about whether the consolidated financial statements as a whole are free from material misstatements, whether due to fraud and error, and to issue an auditor's report that includes our opinion. As part of an audit, in accordance with Canadian generally accepted auditing standards, we exercise professional judgment and maintain professional skepticism throughout the audit. We also identify and assess the risks of material misstatement of the consolidated financial statements, obtain an understanding of the internal controls. We evaluate the appropriateness of accounting policies used and the reasonableness of accounting estimates. We conclude on the appropriateness of management's use of the going concern basis of accounting, as well as we evaluate the overall presentation, structure, and content of the consolidated financial statements. So that concludes our auditor's report. So.
Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you.
Council, any questions, comments? I think honestly so certainly sometimes this matter of policy, there's a matter of financial diligence that any community, any organization puts towards the external audit sometimes can be taken a little bit for granted, and certainly for us, we really appreciate obviously the follow-up discussions that we have with this, and the approach that you guys have taken with the external audit for us and giving us that confidence. This year was a really a new CFO in the organization, over a year, and new staff, and so that always brings its own into any organization, and we're ecstatic with our CFO and the new staff that have brought this same level of diligence to our financial business of the organization, and we really appreciate the external audit of you guys coming in and ensuring that the organization is secure in that direction.
Well, thank you, Your Worship. We also really enjoyed working with the new staff, Jared, and the staff in the office. You know, it was a really clean audit this year, and Flavia and her staff were really a pleasure to work with. I heard many times from the staff how well it was prepared this year, and really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. And again, it's for us having a local firm who's able to perform this work for us gives us that confidence of you guys, members of our community, caring about our community, gives one more layer that wouldn't show up in the external auditor's report. And so we appreciate the fact that as a local firm, you guys continue to do this work for us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, you guys. Appreciate you coming in. 2.2 this morning, our delegation is Sherry Meithofer. Do I have that right, Sherry? Yep. And Sherry's here this morning on behalf of the Multiple Sclerosis Society of Canada in regards to the MS proclamation. And so I do have a proclamation to sign and read. So do you want to do that first, and then I'll let you have your, or do you want to go ahead and do your thing first?
Whatever you
Wherever you feel most comfortable.
I'll just talk
All
right now.
Is the microphone on?
I don't know.
Is it live? Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, so I am here once again to ask you to proclaim May as MS Awareness Month and raise the MS Society flag. I'll give you some stats about MS, multiple sclerosis. So 1 in every 385 Canadians live with MS, and on average 11 Canadians are diagnosed every day. This year will be our 3rd MS Walk in Fort St. John. So I am with the Board of Directors on the MS Society, and I'm a local rep in Fort St. John, and I cover from Prince George north to the Yukon, and do things such as proclamations and A&W Burgers to Beat MS, and then also host the walk in Fort St. John. So the first walk we raise about $17,000. The second walk we raised $35,000, so now we're hoping that I can beat that. So our walk is on Sunday, May 26th at the Pomeroy Sports Center, and like I said, our goal is to raise over $35,000. The reason I am asking for the proclamation again is I've lived with MS for 6 years, and I really need to have more awareness and more education about the disease, because it is a disease of 1,000 faces. You can look normal on the outside, but what you feel on the inside is a completely different thing, and we just need awareness, and we need to find a cure, so that, because there is no cure. So that is why I ask for the May to be proclaimed MS Awareness Month.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any questions for Council? So if you'd like to come up, Sherry, I've got a proclamation here we'll read. Your,
It's long.
what's that?
It's long.
Yeah, no, they always are. That's what makes it worthwhile. Thanks for coming this morning.
Thank you.
Whereas multiple sclerosis is a chronic autoimmune disease of the central nervous system affecting an estimated 1 in 385 Canadians and approximately 12,000 British Columbians. And whereas since 1948, the Multiple Sclerosis Society of Canada is the only national organization in Canada that supports both MS research and services for people with MS and their families. And whereas multiple sclerosis symptoms vary widely and may lead to problems with numbness, coordination, vision and speech, as well as extreme fatigue and even paralysis. And whereas annual fundraising events such as the MS Walk, MS Bike, the A&W's Burgers to Beat MS support programs to enhance the lives of people affected by multiple sclerosis and their families, and supports MS research in Canada. And whereas together we will find ways to enhance the quality of lives for people affected by multiple sclerosis and to find a cure to end MS. Now, therefore, I do hereby proclaim May 2019 as MS Awareness Month in the city of Dawson Creek. Thanks so much for coming. Thank you. Thank you. You always need a picture. Thanks so much. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Our next delegation this morning is Marilyn Alexander and Elaine Washington. Pat Hunter are in this morning. Yes, come up for the South Peace Hospice Palliative Care Society in attendance regarding our hospice palliative care proclamation. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good
Welcome.
morning. We
Good
brought
morning. Nice to see
we
you.
brought some information about our society, and enclosed in the booklet is a pamphlet on our new program that we're putting on this year, and we're putting on this new pilot project with the money that we raised, or that was given to us from the 100 Women Who Care. So we're quite excited about that. So I'll hand one out to everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I give one to you as well? We'll just-
Sure. Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you for being in this morning.
Oh, well, thank you for having us.
And we recognize as a side the 100 Women. What a great organization for us in a community to see that kind of benefit going into our charities within the community. A great job those ladies have done.
Yes, absolutely.
So it's my pleasure this morning to read the proclamation. Whereas Hospice Palliative Care Month is focused on raising awareness and recognizing that everyone should have access to quality end-of-life care. And whereas the Dawson Creek Hospice and Palliative Care Society is comprised of a large number of volunteers that provide direct and indirect hospice palliative care services to those individuals living within Dawson Creek. And whereas member organizations collectively reflect the entire hospice palliative care continuum, from patients who are dying but living within their communities to those who are dying in hospitals. And whereas the Dawson Creek Palliative Care Society seek to ensure that hospice palliative care for patients and their families is integrated and of high quality, and believes that this can be achieved through commitment, awareness, and partnerships. Now, therefore, I do hereby proclaim May 2019 as Hospice Palliative Care Month in Dawson Creek. Sorry, I gotta grab my pens. Thanks, Tim. Thanks, Pat. And I do want to extend a sincere appreciation of all the work that the Hospice Palliative Care Society do at such an important time for people in their lives, and we certainly appreciate the work that you guys have done on behalf of our residents.
Well, thank you. We also are volunteers for people with life-limiting illnesses as well, because they may not be in the last 6 months of their life, but they have a life-limiting illness. So that's important
Great.
as well. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for coming in. Our next delegation this morning, 2.4, is Chelsea Modishaw and John Kosick from the City of Dawson Creek in attendance regarding Drinking Water Week and BC Water Week proclamation. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. How are you?
Good, how are you doing?
Good, good. Morning. Welcome.
Thanks for having us.
Nice to have you guys here this morning. Whereas human health is dependent upon an abundant supply of pure, clean drinking water. And whereas safety, quality, and abundance of water can only be safeguarded by sound environmental protection, appropriate treatment, and properly maintained distribution systems. And whereas we are all stewards of the water infrastructure and watersheds which future generations depend upon. And whereas each citizen in our community is called upon to help protect our source waters from pollution, to practice water conservation, and to get involved in local water issues. And whereas federal, provincial, and local governments, as well as concerned organizations, are cognizant and supportive of measures which promote safe, clean, and abundant water and responsible wastewater management. And whereas one such measure involves heightening public awareness of the value of drinking water resources and encouraging the public to promote this awareness. Now, therefore, I do hereby proclaim and invite all citizens in our community to actively participate in the week of May 5th to 11th, 2019 as Drinking Water Week and BC Water Week in Dawson Creek. Good job. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
And so, in previous years, it's often been myself or our watershed crew up here, and we wanted to invite one of our operators. So John is one of our water treatment plant operators, and he is responsible for the other part, right? So we do the watershed, the source water protection, but the treatment and the distribution is just as important. So next week, we have water treatment plant tours happening. We have 10 slots for our local schools. We have 9 of the 10 filled so far. And John and the water treatment plant crew will be running the tours. And also I should mention that community cleanup also falls within Drinking Water Week, which is fantastic because it's another way to look at our watersheds and how a clean watershed impacts healthy water systems.
Good deal.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, again, thank you for having us. Again, we love, as operators, explaining to the public what we do. There's a lot of misconceptions or not a lot of knowledge because we're busy working. We can't get out there and tell you everything what we're doing. But happily, we love to share our knowledge. So if there's anyone that's interested, not just little ones for groups, but if you guys have nieces, nephews, kids that are, you know, just graduating, we would love to have them out, show them what we do. Maybe it can be a career path that they could take. We're always looking for good people. And also to the public out there, I'd just like to say, we monitor everything very closely, very precisely, but we can't be everywhere all the time. So if you're ever hearing around the cooler little rumors and this and that, please bring them to us right away. We like to get ahead of everything, but if something's happened in one part of town, we might not have been there for a week or so, let us know right away. We'll investigate, we'll get on it immediately. So thank you guys.
Great message.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you, guys.
See you later.
Our next delegation this morning is our Fire Chief, Shorty Smith, and Bob Fulton, Dawson Creek, and Sabrina are here in regards to Emergency Preparedness Week. Come on up. Is Bob with you or no?
Bob won't be able to make it. He's
Okay.
doing some training this morning.
No problem.
Mayor?
Morning. Come on over, Brina. Good job. Thank you. So it's my pleasure this morning to read the proclamation on Emergency Preparedness Week. Whereas Emergency Preparedness Week is a national awareness initiative that has taken place annually since 1996. And whereas Emergency Preparedness Week encourages Canadians to take 3 simple steps to become better prepared to face a range of emergencies. Know the risk, make a plan, get an emergency kit. And whereas this year the theme is Be Emergency Ready, it is meant to help Canadians take action to protect themselves and their families during emergencies. This year's theme emphasizes the need to keep up to date on current conditions like the weather that might impact you. And whereas by taking an active role in your community, you're helping to build a culture of preparedness in Canada. With your help, we can communicate the importance of emergency preparedness throughout Dawson Creek. Now therefore, I do hereby proclaim May 5th to 11th, 2019 be observed as Emergency Preparedness Week in Dawson Creek. Thank you. So the floor is yours to explain this amazing brochure you have.
Well, in partnership with the Peace River Regional District, there's been a new emergency alert system put in place for the region. This is what it looks like, and we've named it the Northeast BC Emergency and Public Alerts. So you can go to the city website, which is www.dawsoncreek.ca, and there will be a little button that looks like this. You hit that button and it will take your information. You can and then you can sign up for any emergency alerts which are happening within the region. You can sign up for there's a flood, or if there's inclement wildfires coming in. So you can set up through your email address. You can get an email alert. You can get a landline alert, and you can also get a mobile phone alert. So, and if you have any questions on how to set it up, you can call the regional district, or you can call here at City Hall, and we can walk you through the steps on how to do that.
The other thing, and I did sign up to it on my mobile phone, and public alerts are even information that are going on within the region that can get pushed out. And I think there was a landfill closure or something last week, and so they pushed that alert out to the public. It's a very, very good system for us to be able to push information out to residents for information. And all of us in the region are part of it. So.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's a mass communication device that we can send out like one message to thousands of people at any given time just by a couple of clicks of the mouse. So it'll notify you in any case of any natural disaster. The nice thing about it too is if you have an elderly parent living in a different part of the city, say, you can set it up so that you can get a notification if something's happening in that area as well. So it's a very useful tool.
So we really do want to emphasize how important this emergency preparedness is for us in our community. We've had the once in 100-year floods now twice in the last 5 years, and so or the last 7 years. So we are vulnerable, and we really do emphasize how important this is for people to be prepared. And there's some great information in here how we can all do and make that difference. So thanks for coming in this morning and signing us to the proclamation. Our next delegation this morning, 2.6, we have Rob Rima in from BC Transit and giving us an update on the transit feasibility MOU. Good morning, Rob. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you.
Good to have you here.
Great to be here. Yeah, and what I was hoping to do is do a bit of a transit 101, go over a little bit about the how BC Transit operates in general, because I know there's potentially some new councillors that might benefit from that information. Then get a little bit into some more system-specific data related to specifically Dawson Creek, and I will touch on the custom feasibility review that we are undertaking. So, I think
Is it?
On helps. There we go. So as I mentioned, yeah, I'd like to talk a little bit, just kind of over BC Transit, speak a little bit about your transit system here in Dawson Creek, and then just a bit of looking ahead, and then open it up actually just some Q&A for Mayor and Council if they have any questions. So as mentioned, my name is Rob Rigma. I'm the Manager of Government Relations for Northern BC. So really, my key role is stakeholder communications. So I'm the main liaison between the city staff here at Dawson Creek and BC Transit. A bit of a jack of all trades, master of none, but I have a great team behind me in terms of finance, planning, scheduling, operations. So I really am kind of the one-stop shop for Kevin and Duncan and the team here when they have inquiries about the transit system or BC Transit, and also we work with your staff in terms of providing the information that they need to get to council to be able to make the right types of decisions for your transit service here in Dawson Creek. If you look at BC Transit, we're the provincial authority responsible for planning, funding, and operation of all the transit systems outside of Metro Vancouver. So Metro Vancouver is done by TransLink. We're a different, obviously, provincial organization than TransLink, but we are responsible for, over 51 million passenger trips. We're serving transit in 130 communities, 81 different transit systems. And then in terms of partnerships, and I'll speak to our kind of partnership model a little bit here in a couple other slides, but we have 58 local government partners that we work with, and then over 35 operating companies that actually operate transit systems throughout the province. And if you see that the green portion in the north, that's kind of my territory. So kind of the great thing about that is by having all of the systems in the north, I get to kind of keep my ear to the ground on different issues such as Greyhound, BC Bus North, different things that are going on, and hopefully provide that, again, valuable kind of information to the staff. So if you look at BC Transit, there's really 4 different types of transit services that we provide. The first one's conventional transit. That's what we know and love, and what we have here in Dawson Creek, which is kind of fixed routes and scheduled service. Mainly, we use kind of a range of vehicles here in Dawson Creek. I believe a couple years ago, you've got our new vicinity buses in town, so you have some great new vehicle infrastructure here, which is great to see. The second one's custom transit, more affectionately known as Handy Dart. So that's door-to-door service, demand responsive, and that's an eligible program for people with physical or cognitive disabilities. The third one we see a little bit more in some rural areas is really just kind of anything in between conventional and custom. So on-demand services, some on-request services, really flexible routing, works very well in smaller, more rural areas. And then finally, the last one is health connections. So that's where we actually partner up with a health authority, and they fund, and we help service, but they help fund direct service to provide access to medical appointments. So as mentioned here in Dawson Creek, we have one of the three, which is conventional transit. And of course, custom transit, the Step Up and Ride program that you have locally here through an agency does very similar services to what custom handy-guard services would do. I like to go through this slide. It's a little bit of an eye chart, and I apologize for that, but we always get lots of questions and a little bit of confusion about what the roles and responsibilities of each of these kind of three key parties in the transit system are, which are obviously BC Transit, you as the local government, and then the local operating company that actually operates the buses and performs the routes in town. So as you'll see here, BC Transit, we allocate the provincial funding, we plan the transit system, but we plan the transit system in conjunction with local city staff and council direction. So we provide the planning and scheduling expertise, but at the end of the day, you'll notice on the right-hand side, route levels and routes and service levels is ultimately set by the local municipality. We arrange for the operation of transit systems by contract partnerships, so we actually take on all the responsibility of contracting out that operating company to actually service the transit routes that we decide on. We procure and own the fleet, so the BC Transit fleet across the province is owned by BC Transit. I'll get to that in another slide, but of course there's economies of scale that we achieve by doing that, which provides more efficient service for our local government partners. And then of course we do the marketing, so we take care of doing the rider's guide, we manage the website, the branding, and basically all the communications of the great services that we have to offer. When it comes to local government, and council's kind of responsibilities, at the end of the day, you guys set local funding. Because the fare revenue comes 100% back to the municipality, it's the municipality's responsibility to set the funding. We will provide, again, fare reviews and information to help you make educated decisions in that regard, but it ultimately lies on council to make that final decision. I spoke about setting the routes and service levels. The city is responsible for establishing where the bus stops are and the shelters and any of the maintenance and care of those facilities. And then, of course, official community plan, transit vision, we really, and I'll get to that a little bit later as well, but we really look to get tied into your official community plan, any transportation plans that you have, any information and documentation that can help us better plan your transit system to serve the needs of your community. We really want to get in tune with those resources. When it comes to local operating company, at the end of the day, we contract out through a yearly operating agreement with a transit company to deliver the service as we specify it. So we work with you, we come up with the routes and the stops and the service levels, and then over to the local operating company to actually provide the people power and the labor to actually service and perform those routes. So they collect the fare revenue on behalf of local government and then turn that into local government, and they provide the day-to-day customer service. So they're kind of the front line for any customer complaints or issues. Although myself and Kevin, we're always CC'd on any customer service responses, so that if appropriate for BC Transit to respond, I respond, or if Kevin, if it's more of a local government matter, then he'll respond on behalf of council. So if we look at our shared service model, this is really kind of our legislative funding formula. It's legislated through the BC Transit Act. So for conventional transit systems, the municipality picks up 53.31% of the operating cost of the system. The province picks up 46.69%. And as I mentioned, but local government retains 100% of the revenue to help offset that 53% of costs. So what you'll see there on that chart is usually most municipalities will use a combination of the revenue that's accrued from the transit system, and then some portion of property tax. So it's a good blend. You basically have a user pay plus municipally funded transit system when it comes to conventional transit. It's very much the same for custom or handy-guard service, except that share funding formula is a little bit different. So the province through BC Transit picks up 66.69% of the total cost, and the municipalities are responsible for 33.31%. So right now, as it stands in Dawson Creek, you only have a conventional transit system, so that's the funding formula on the left that we have in place. So I mentioned kind of this slide, so that the shared services model that BC Transit has, really at the end of the day, it is about economies of scale. So by provincially procuring vehicles, bulk fuel, providing that infrastructure for investing on transit on provincial scale, work with BC Transit, we really try to provide efficiencies and services for local government and all partners and operating companies, which at the end of the day translates hopefully down to better service for your citizens. Just in terms of kind of partner communication, what we do every year is we provide an annual performance summary. Unfortunately, we just finished our fiscal, so I don't have the APS numbers for the 2018-19 to share with you today, but I'll be sharing that with staff very soon. And basically what that'll go through is all kind of some of our KPI measurements, so not only rides, but also operating costs per ride. We go through quite a few different metrics that we want to track, revenue, costs, and then we'll provide that in a report to staff. From that, then we look at any transit improvements that we want to make, so we call that our TIPS process. So we look at what opportunities are there. Is council and staff interested in supporting additional services? Are they looking at changing any of the services? That we go into that process where we review that. We'll work with our staff at BC Transit to make any recommendations, and then we'll also cost out any of those recommendations. So if council wants to provide additional service to a certain area, or say wants to provide a new route, then we'll cost that out to make sure that council is aware of what the cost of that would be. And then we would enter into a formal MOU that says that the local government will support their portion, as I showed before in the previous slide. And then we go and seek provincial funding for our portion. So that's what happens in kind of the 3-year budget process. And having that being approved by the province, then once our portion of the dollars is approved by the province, then we put that into our annual operating agreement, and we work with staff to then implement that service change. Okay, enough of the boring BC Transit stuff. A little bit more about Dawson Creek Transit. So right now in Dawson Creek Transit service, we have 9,000 service hours annually. And we saw about 99,000 passenger trips on average through the year. So that equates out to about 11 rides per service hour. We have 4 vehicles in service. Of course, we have 3 that operate on the 3 different routes in Dawson Creek during what we call peak times. So that's when all of those buses are on the road. And the 4th bus is what we call a contingency bus. So when we need to do regular maintenance, or say one of the buses breaks down, we need to have that spare bus to be able to put into service so that we don't miss service. So as mentioned, you have 3 routes, aptly named Route 1, 2, and 3. And our last transit service review was completed in 2016, and I had mentioned to Duncan before the meeting that we'd like to actually maybe make that available. It's public information, but we'll have that sent back out to the council just so they can review it, because there's some really good information. It's still fairly current, only being 3 years old, and has some good information about the transit service here, and some of the kind of short and long-term recommendations that we made at that time in terms of transit improvements. And then, of course, on the operations side, we have Pacific Western Transportation that manages the system here, as well as in Fort St. John. And we do have a new RFP that will be tendered in 2020 for our transit service here. It's usually a 9-year RFP, so that's coming up for renewal. So we hope to have a new agreement in place with a new proponent by April 1st of 2021. From a fares perspective, adult fares are currently at $1.75. Senior students are at $1.50. The last fare change was implemented back in 2008, and we did a fare review in 2014, but no changes were made at that time to fares. Pardon me. So council at that time decided not to make any changes to fares. And we do have a fare review scheduled again for this year in the summer of 2019. So that fare review process will basically, we have a revenue and marketing team. They'll do a full report on fares, on costs in the Dawson Creek system, and come up with some recommendations that will be presented to staff and then to council for decisions. So it's, again, as I mentioned in the slide prior, fare decisions are 100% responsibility of local government, but we'll provide you with all the information you need to make a informed decision on any direction or no direction that you want to take. In terms of hours of operation, right now we have transit service Monday to Saturday from about 7 in the morning till 8 p.m. at night, which is very, very decent service for a community of this size. And our office hours in Pacific Western are 9 to 5 Monday to Saturday as well. Okay, so getting a little bit more into transit system performance, and again, I apologize that you'll see the 2017-18 performance statistics. I'm here just a little too early to actually provide 2019, but I'll get those to staff as soon as I can. You can see that what we really have here is a pretty consistent passengers per hour of around 11 passengers per hour, which has kind of fluctuated up and down slightly, but it's basically stayed pretty steady. There has been some trend of increasing cost pressures. Of course, fuel, facility costs here. We just had to renew our 5-year lease with the facility where the transit facility is. That went up a little bit. But you can see under that, operating cost per passenger has kind of creeped its way up over the last 3 years. And as that's creeped up, because your fares have remained the same, your operating cost recovery has slowly gone down. Now, something I want to mention here is it says peer average, and you'll see the numbers at the bottom. That's actually should have said tier average. So in any community that has a population of 25,000 or less, we classify those into what we call tier 3. So you can see that the performance in Dawson Creek looks to be underperforming what the tier average is. But I went and looked, because there's a lot of different variables that can influence costs and operations in a transit system. I really looked a little bit deeper at some numbers and more compared your service with that of Kitimat, Terrace, and Fort St. John, which I thought would be a little bit more comparable. And in terms of passenger trips per hour, the average there is about 12.9, so we're a lot closer to that number. Operating cost per passenger was $9.40, so still a bit of work to go there, but not necessarily the gap between 11 and 6. And then operating cost recovery was more around 13%, so at 9%, still a little bit below kind of the average operating cost recovery, but looks a little bit better than versus the 19%. And as mentioned, I hope to have some updated numbers out fairly quickly for this year. And then in terms of custom transit reviews, so across BC, there's definitely been additional and increasing pressure from customers with physical and cognitive disabilities, and it's placing some strain on custom handy-dart systems. So the NDP government, under the new Minister of Transportation, has asked BC Transit to work with our government partners to identify opportunities to enhance the availability of services across BC. So one of the things that was noted, there were several communities where there was conventional transit systems, but no custom or handy-dart systems. So the ministry asked us to work with our local governments to basically conduct a feasibility study, which really, to put it simply, is what are the needs of the community when it comes to custom transportation? What's currently provided in that community, and is there a gap? And if there's a gap, what are the recommendations that we would make towards local government in terms of closing these gaps? So that process has commenced. We do have an MOU signed with staff. That at the end of the day, the target for that is to have a review for staff and council by July of 2019. It will involve meeting with local stakeholders in the community, including the Step Up and Ride Society. So I know my counterpart on the operations side has already had several conversations with them. I believe we're working on actually even doing a survey, public survey, to find out some more information from the public on how they feel the services are and what they feel the needs are. So at the end of the day, we really hope to be able to provide a robust report for council with some information that they can use to decide on direction moving forward. So really, how can you help support transit? It really is about engaging BC Transit. Sometimes in areas where you think it might not be feasible, but it really is, and that really comes down to land use decisions, transportation decisions, official community plans. We would appreciate getting involved or at least participating in any of those types of discussions so that we're very aware of the direction that the city's going and where their transportation and community priorities are, so that we can make sure that we're working to help align the information that we're providing with localized information here. So one of the things that we also have is a development deferral program. So any new development applications can be forwarded to us at BC Transit. That goes to our planning team, and then they use that information when we're working on our reports and providing our reports to staff and to council. So that is my presentation. I really appreciate your time and the opportunity to come to Dawson Creek again today. And at that point, I'd open up to any questions.
Thank you, Rob. Questions from Council? Councillor Parslow?
Yeah, thank you. Can you go back to that slide about BC Transit? Is it almost the last but one slide? Keep going. Keep going. But just stop there. Just go back if you don't mind. For this one, I've got another question as relates to this. No, can you go back?
Go back one more?
Yeah. Where you had those graphs.
Shared service model.
So you meant before.
One more.
I mean,
One more.
Oh,
I'm screwing you up here.
There.
There we go.
So this relates to the first question. Is there a model, a funding model that relates to the flexible service model? Because you talked about the conventional and you talked about the custom transit.
Yeah, paratransit. Yeah, and the answer there is yes. So when we work with the paratransit, what I can say is because paratransit is kind of an in-between sometimes, and it can take multiple different forms. Paratransit doesn't specifically prescribe to a conventional transit system or custom transit system. So what you'll find is usually the funding formula is a blend somewhere in between those two.
Okay.
So it's not set. It's usually set per system. When we work with local government to determine what that system looks like, then we have a formula to be able to produce what that percentage looks like.
Can I ask that?
Yep.
So can you describe what you mean here by light duty accessible vehicles? What size are they? What do they look like?
So
what's
a
their
light duty,
passenger capacity?
yeah, a light duty accessible vehicle would be very similar to what you see in the Step Up and Ride program driving around Dawson Creek currently. It's usually what we call a light duty. Right now, we've procured Chevrolet Arbach. So it's a Chevrolet body chassis, about 20 passenger capacity, but has, we don't have wheelchair lifts in those. We actually have a wheelchair ramp that deploys. So it's fully accessible to anybody with any sort of mobility aid.
So this is a personal comment. I haven't heard any complaints about the personnel or the service, but I hear lots of complaints directed towards council about the underutilization and buses driving around town almost empty. I tend to think that we do need the benefit of this review, and because from the point of view of stewardship of our tax dollar, I think we have to meet the needs out there, but we need to explore ways that are more cost efficient. So in that, I know the last time maybe you were here, there was a talk about reaching out to seniors. The ridership, I think, the demographics of the ridership, you felt that you were missing seniors. And I'm one of these people, and I think that opinion is shared by other members of council. One size does not fit all. We are a diverse province, and I must admit that when I appreciate reaching out to seniors very much, but in our climate, in the hours of daylight, many seniors are fearful of falling, and so I think in a sense they are disabled by our climate. They may not have a document that says I'm physically disabled or cognitively disabled, but de facto they are disabled. And I'm wondering if a more flexible approach by region about what qualifications for people of a certain age to be able to have this, let's say, a door-to-door service, to expect people of unsure on their feet to walk 100 yards, 200 yards to a shelter that's a nice shelter, but it's not heated, and it's the pathways to it are slippy, and so I really believe it's important to provide some form of service, and I really think we have to have a flexible approach that is maybe at the provincial level, but we need to examine closely what we're doing.
Thank you, Councillor. Just to touch on a couple of those points, so when we talk about ridership, and I reviewed, and as I mentioned, there is some good information in that 2016 review, which is probably my predecessor, Chris Fudge, probably presented on that.
Sorry.
Where you're picking that up from. But definitely what we see here in Dawson Creek is there's a large student ridership, particularly in the mornings and afternoons. On weekdays, students comprise 39% of total ridership. And over half of the ridership on the route number 1, the north side route number 1. Saturdays, that obviously changes quite a bit. So it was noted in there about opportunities to communicate some of the benefits of your current fleet. So as I mentioned with the light duty R-Box with the wheelchair ramp that deploys, all of your vicinity buses, your conventional transit buses, also basically kneel. So they'll kneel down lower to the ground and they will deploy a ramp.
Yeah.
It does not fix the sidewalk shelter issue, which again is very from my work in the north has come up in other council settings before, that we do have a unique climate and we need to take that into consideration. The only other thing is from a bus and a bus efficiency, we do get a lot of questions around from even citizens. I saw a bus, I see these big buses riding around and they're half empty or empty. We should have smaller buses. And the response to that is, and we've done a lot of work on that, is that really when you break down the total costs of transit, a lot of the cost is in the labor. And that labor is pretty much fixed regardless of the transit size. And when you start going to a smaller bus, the problem is, and what I can tell you right here, what we'd have, especially with some of our student runs in the morning, if we move to smaller buses, when we do have those large demand periods, we're going to leave people at bus stops. And of course, again, taking the climate piece into effect, what we don't want to do is in the middle of winter leave people behind. So I think definitely there's some opportunity for us to explore flexible services, and I think through this custom transit review and getting out and getting some information from the public and working with the Step Up and Ride Society and really kind of determining what the needs are, I think we'll get some additional insights that'll come out, and I look forward to presenting those to council.
Councillor Lekstrom, and then one more, and we've got to move on. We've got a full day, so.
All right, I just have 10 questions. You're on.
Well, you get one, so pick the best one.
Rob. All right. Thanks very much for your presentation. A couple of quick ones. So it's obviously, and I would share Councillor Parslow's, we get a lot of people that talk to us and we see it. You'll see buses half empty. Would be a pleasure to see them only half empty, to be honest with you. You put something forward at 604 as the operating cost per passenger, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think for every rider that goes onto a bus in Dawson Creek under BC Transit, I think we pick up over $7 of that cost per ride. Is that, I may have read my numbers wrong, but it's significant. So, you know, it's a service, we look at it, it's one that's very difficult right now for us as we move forward, so the idea of looking at options out there, I think, are going to be very important to our council. The no fare increase since 2008, I don't know if you can comment on this. Is there any other jurisdiction that has not increased fares for 11 years?
Again, I can't specifically say, but I say it would be very rare with the fact of inflation and costs rising. I did do a little bit of just looking at some I was going to say competitive systems, they're not competitive, complementary systems. What you'd see in Fort St. John is $2 adult fare, Terrace $2 adult fare, and Prince George $2 adult fare. Again, Dawson Creek, we're at $1.75.
Okay, and if I could just one quick fall. It was interesting, the 39% of ridership Monday to Friday, I think you said, is school kids going from place to place. Is that a standard, or does that happen throughout, or are we unique in that situation because of how the bus system works here?
I can't speak to the exact percentage. What I can tell you is definitely secondary school students and university student ridership is a core component of ridership in most transit systems. Here, elementary school, typically moms and dads don't put their kids on a city bus to get to elementary school, or they have elementary school bus system. But yes, student ridership is usually a key component of ridership. If I can get some additional information to staff on some comparable systems, I'll try to do that for you.
All right, thanks very much.
Rob, thanks so much. We appreciate you coming in this morning. Great information. Thank you. We got a full day, so we got to, sorry. 2-7, we have Chris Montgomery from the Canadian Association of Petroleum Producers for an update this morning. Good morning, Chris. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank
Good
you for
to
having
see
me
you.
up. It's already up. So thank you for having me. CAP has had a community engagement program for the last 6 years or so. We've taken a fairly casual approach with city councillors in BC over those years, but thought this year in particular it might be good to actually formally get before you and give a bit of an update on what's going on and some of the issues that we're working on as CAP. So I have a few slides. I'll try to get through them quickly so that we can get to the questions. For those of you who aren't familiar with CAP, as our name suggests, we represent Canada's oil and gas producers. We have about 60 members today, and they produce about 80% of all of Canada's oil and natural gas. We have everything from small, independent, privately held companies operating here in BC, all the way up to the big multinationals that you get your gas from at the pumps. Every presentation, I like to start with this slide, which puts in context the energy conversations that we're having today. So this is from an organization called the International Energy Agency. They do long-term outlooks on energy demand around the world. This is what they call their new policy scenario, which presumes that every country that has made commitments under the Paris Climate Accord meets those commitments to greenhouse gas reductions through their policies. So what you see there is that energy in all of its forms, the demand for that energy is increasing, including, although it's basically flat, coal. There's a large, of course, uptick in energy use from renewables, but that will still, by 2040, make up a relative small proportion of the overall world energy mix. Fossil fuels will continue to dominate under that scenario. And of course, the fuel type that increases the most over that period of time is natural gas, which provides opportunities here in British Columbia. So the question for the world going forward is not over that time period whether we're going to need fossil fuels. It's really about where the world chooses to get those fossil fuels from. And in our view, we can provide the lowest carbon natural gas in the world right here in British Columbia. And by providing that to the world, we can provide not just an economic benefit here, but overall environmental benefit for the globe. So a few slides kind of detailing what our activity levels are going to look like over the year. In short, 2019 is not going to be a good year from an activity standpoint. We're going to see investment in the oil and gas sector continue to decline this year. So in the conventional space, we see it coming off by about 10%. And in the oil sands, about 4%, about an 8% decline overall. Most of our capital, of course, goes into drilling wells. Last year, we drilled around 6,100 wells in Western Canada. This year, we're expecting that to drop by about 10%, reflective of the capital decline. And we're projecting about 5,500 wells for 2019 for some of the reasons that I'll talk about here shortly. This, unfortunately, is the only graph that we've got when it comes to natural gas prices. It's AECO monthly averages. AECO is the price that is obtained in Alberta. Most BC gas price is priced at what's called Station 2. It's generally pretty close, but there can be some fluctuations on in a given period of time. What I'd say here, though, is that we've seen gas prices be low and declining steadily since 2008. What this doesn't show is the real challenge for our gas producers, particularly our dry gas producers, which is that we have great fluctuations in our gas prices. So while we have an average gas price of about $1.80, on a given day, that price can fluctuate up or down by $1 or so. And so it makes it really hard, particularly for dry gas producers, to predict and make investment decisions. The other thing it doesn't show is that over the last 3 years, and it will happen again this year, we've actually at given periods of time had negative gas prices. So that means producers are actually having to pay people to get rid of their gas. The main reason for that, of course, and you guys are benefiting, is that now gas producers are really going after the liquids. That's where the value is. For those guys, the natural gas is almost a byproduct. And so they can keep producing gas despite the fact that we have these low prices. This slide shows oil prices, and I'll bring it back to the local story here. Up to last fall, starting in about October, we saw oil coming off fairly substantially again around the world. But in Canada, we were facing steep discounts on our oil, both light and heavy crudes, because our pipelines are full. And so it creates a false oversupply in the market when that's the case. And we are seeing steep declines. The worst case scenario I heard of was a producer of heavy oil out of Lloydminster. He was getting 16 cents a barrel for his oil at his company. So it was a pretty dire situation. Ultimately, the Alberta government stepped in and capped production in the province. Prices around the world, started to come back up. That differential closed substantially as a result of the production cuts. And really the calculation for the Alberta government in that was they could let the market sort it out over the period of a few months, which would have been ugly from a producer standpoint, from an employment standpoint, but particularly the province of Alberta was unlikely to see any substantive royalty revenue from the sector for a period of time. And so that's why they ultimately stepped in. What's not considered here, though, and is relevant locally, is that at that time, because our liquids, and in particular condensate, the price and demand of those products is so closely tied to the price of oil, our condensate producers were also seeing steep drops in the price that they were getting for their condensate, and so that's why producers locally were drawing back on their capital investment plans here as well. So it's all tied together, is my ultimate message on this. Even though we have these conversations about the oil sands, that story is tied to our natural gas story here in Northeast British Columbia. So 2019 is not going to be a great year for the sector, just from an economic and investment standpoint. You are likely to see lower activity as a result of that in the region. But the ultimate solution to all of those problems is really getting our products to market, whether that's building new pipelines to the U.S. and to the coast for oil, or getting our LNG industry up off the ground here in the next few years. That's going to be the long-term solution to these challenges that the industry faces. So I want to touch on 6 issues that we're dealing with. The first missed the slide, but I wanted to talk about the hydraulic fracturing review. It was a commitment the current government undertook in the last election campaign to take a look from a scientific standpoint at our hydraulic fracturing processes in how we extract the resource here in British Columbia. So they struck a panel. That panel reported out, I think, about 3 weeks ago now. They went a little bit beyond their scope, but in the end they made 97 recommendations. In our initial review of those recommendations, they haven't really touched on anything that industry and government weren't already working on addressing. So the government's going to come out with a work plan, I believe in May, to look at implementing or taking action on some of those recommendations. We look forward to working with them on that. We are, as an industry, always committed to continually improving our practices, but we don't see any significant red flags there. I think there's going to be a particular focus on getting better data and better information on which to base policy decisions going forward. And again, in our view, if we're going to be making public policy, it should be based on science. So we don't see any particular problems there at this point in time. LNG, the government deserves some credit, the provincial government, on passing Bill 10 a couple weeks ago. That changes the fiscal framework for the LNG industry in a positive way. It makes that sector a lot more competitive around the world from a fiscal standpoint, and really allows LNG Canada to go forward and for hopefully other projects behind it to take positive decisions. Chevron in this space has made a couple interesting announcements related to their Kitimat LNG project over the last few weeks. So they sought a renewal of their export authority from the NEB, and in doing that actually sought a doubling of their capacity for their project. So that obviously shows a commitment to Canadian gas. They haven't taken a final investment decision, but obviously shows some positive developments there. The other thing which is interesting is that they've announced, again publicly, that they're looking at building their facility entirely on electrical drive, which would allow them to get in under the current climate plan provincially. So some interesting developments there. Obviously, they haven't taken a decision, though, at this point in time. I want to touch on caribou. I've been following the news here locally. I will say the southern mountain caribou, their habitat range does not touch on oil and gas lands. So we haven't really been at the table on that conversation. I know some would like us to be. We haven't been. We've certainly been following it closely, though, because we are in conversations around the boreal caribou further to the north. So with respect to the boreal caribou, we've had a funding arrangement with the provincial government over the past number of years. It expired in August. So we're in conversations with the government now about what that can look like going forward. We've provided more than $10 million through that process. So industry is committed to doing its part to restore habitat and increase populations. It needs to be done in a way that's economic to industry, though. The best way to ensure that industry can be a partner in that work is that we're on the landscape and providing economic value so that we can actually help finance some of these projects. But those conversations are ongoing with the province, and we'll see where they ultimately land. That ties into land use planning, particularly just north of Fort St. John. We have a lot on the go with the province right now, and it ties in, I think, to what's happening here with the caribou as well. So the government is undertaking a number of initiatives, whether it's caribou, species at risk, the renegotiation of the Fort St. John LRMP, and other initiatives that all impact on land use planning. Industry is finding those conversations to be very complex, and the consultation process around them to be very complex. And because there are a number of initiatives, we want to make sure it's all working in the same direction. We also recognize that part of the government's goal in all of this is to help achieve a path of reconciliation with First Nations, and that's important to industry as well. But we want to make sure that industry is at the table and has an appropriate voice at the table through those conversations. And we have asked the province to try to consolidate some of these consultation process and simplify the conversation for industry to make it a little less complex for us to navigate. And it's putting a lot of pressure on not just CAP, but in particular our member companies who are under a lot of strain in some of these conversations. So that's our basic message there. Again, it's a multitude of issues, all playing ultimately to the same issue. But if we can get some certainty around all of this, hopefully at least it's on the right path. We are getting a lot of positive signals from the government, but have yet to see where it all heads. And then I just want to touch quickly on a couple of federal issues. So the first is Bill C-69. It's currently before a Senate committee. It would dramatically overhaul the environmental assessment process federally, bring in a lot of other factors into the assessment of a major project as well. It, in our view, needs a substantive amendment process to make that bill workable. Obviously, we're concerned about major oil and gas infrastructure. SEPA, which represents pipelines in the country, has said that none of its members would apply for a permit if Bill C-69 is passed in its current form. Obviously, that impacts the oil and gas industry going forward. But it's important to remember that this bill is not just about pipelines, it's about anybody wanting to build any significant infrastructure in the country. So whether that's a pipeline, whether it's an LNG project on federal lands, whether it's an electrical transmission line, a mine, in some cases, major infrastructure from municipalities, it could impact all of those and make it significantly more difficult and significantly more political of a process to get those infrastructure projects approved. So we've proposed a package of 7 amendments to address that. We're hopeful the Senate will take those up here in the next couple weeks. But without that, this bill will have a significant impact on our industry going forward. The second I wanted to address was federally was Bill C-48. So this is the proposed tanker ban off the west coast or north coast of British Columbia. So everything from the northern tip of Vancouver Island up to the border with Alaska. So the first comment I would make on this is that we don't think the bill itself is wise or in the national interest. It's not based on science. If we can ship crude oil products out of the Port of Vancouver every day, as we do safely, we can do so off the north coast of British Columbia as well. If we can import oil through tanker into the Atlantic Canada and up the St. Lawrence River safely, as we do every day, we can do the same on the north coast of British Columbia. Secondly, even if the bill is passed, it doesn't achieve what the government purports to achieve, which is to keep crude oil products that persist on the water off the water. And so it would allow the shipment of some materials that would persist if there were a spill, and it bans some products that wouldn't persist on the water if they were to spill. So in particular, I draw your attention to condensate. If there were ever a future market off the coast for condensate from this region, it would prohibit that from being shipped. So again, it ties back here. And finally, on C-48, I would like to thank the mayor for heading out to Terrace to testify before the committee on that particular bill last week or 2 weeks ago. So that's it for me. Happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Chris.
Yep.
Questions? Councillor Luckstrom, Councillor Parslow.
All right. Thanks, Your Worship. Thanks, Chris, for the presentation. I'll start by saying, you know, we are a resource-rich nation. I think we extract our resources as good, if not better, than anywhere in the world. I want to say, you know, congratulations to CAP. The programs you're putting out there, the ability to access the public through the advertisements, I'll call them on TV, I think are very welcome. Probably long overdue in my mind, but very welcome. There's still a couple of issues. We're very supportive in this region. It drives our economy and it helps. I think we can always do things better every day of our lives. The two I'm going to raise are flaring and light pollution. We've made some progress on flaring. We still need to do a little more, whether that's through incineration, and I'm not talking about out of sight, out of mind is the biggest thing. There are a lot of flares out there that certainly a cleanup flare is different. We've changed it to an inline flow test. We never used to do that. There are a bunch of things, but I do want to highlight, I hear still a great deal from the people that live particularly in the rural area who are heavily supportive of this industry but are getting lit up pretty good out there. And speaking of getting lit up, the light pollution from our facilities that are being put out there, I understand the safety side of it, but I think at some point we're starting to see some pushback now to say, I live in the country, I accept the development, but this is maybe something that has to be addressed. So I don't know if you can comment on those, but those are the two that jump out at me that I hear on a pretty regular basis from some pretty big supporters of the industry, but saying we got to get a handle on it.
Yeah, for sure. So I would say we are seeing, unlike the greater part of the Montney, which is being developed on Crown land and in the forest in particular, in this region, a lot of that development is on agricultural land. So some of the issues that you've mentioned do crop up. So the OGC has created a group of producers around the Farmington area to look at some of those issues and some other issues as well, such as noise in that particular area. I guess what I would say is, producers have some trade-offs in both of the areas that you mentioned, and perhaps they're making those trade-offs and need to have a better conversation with some of the folks that are being impacted by it. A lot of the lights issues that we're seeing, as an example, is a switch to lower efficiency LED lights, but then they end up being seen from further away and stuff like that. So we need to perhaps have better conversations on that. And then you're seeing a bit more flaring now because producers are injecting some more nitrogen into their cracks, which lowers the amount of water they need to inject. But then you need to get rid of that nitrogen when it starts to flow back before you can flow the well into the line. So those are some of the trade-offs. It's not an answer to your question per se, but those are some of the things producers have to consider. Hopefully some of the issues that have developed and the regulator stepping in means that producers are having better conversations with some of the impacted landowners.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Parslow? Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Blair, for raising those two points. I gave Chris a heads up. I was going to ask him a question. First of all, it's great to have someone here from CAP. That's good. Yeah, for many people who support the oil and gas industry, and from the perspective of the employment and career opportunities it provides, there's much appreciation for the oil and gas industry. But many of us are concerned about one area that was many of my colleagues are concerned about an aspect that was raised by a recent report by the Auditor General, which basically cites that OGC has not collected sufficient money from the industry to deal with the cleanup of over 10,000 abandoned wells. And also there's no plans to deal with the orphan wells, which are now about 500 in BC. So I'm just interested in what is CAP's response to that Auditor General's report. I assume you've read it.
I've not personally,
Okay.
but yes, as an organization, we certainly have.
Yes.
What I would say is, there are a number of files around, reclaiming old sites and orphan wells that all kind of play together. It's most acute next door in Alberta, where we have a significant issue. The numbers in BC are significantly lower, but we don't want to find British Columbia getting into the situation that Alberta is in now. So we're undertaking a lot of work with the regulator and the government to achieve that. So right now, all of those orphan wells are the responsibility of the Oil and Gas Commission. Industry pays, through the, levies to the Oil and Gas Commission to deal with those sites. The enabling legislation has been passed to move that from out underneath, at least directly, the OGC, so the orphan wells can be dealt with through a separate fund. That deals with some of the financial issues that the OGC is facing where, technically under legislation they can't run a deficit, but if suddenly they get an inflow of orphan wells to the commission, they have no choice but to run a deficit. So that helps solve that problem and provides more transparency for industry to deal with some of the cleanup. So industry would continue to fund it, but in a different kind of way. It's similar to an approach that's being undertaken in Alberta. We're working on the details of that. It hasn't been finalized, but the enabling legislation has been passed, so that we can address that appropriately. From an industry standpoint, we want to make sure that companies are doing their part to clean up their sites in a reasonable manner, because ultimately the financial responsibility, if they don't and they end up going bankrupt, is that industry that remains and is doing its job has to then pick up the tab for that. So we want to make sure we have an appropriate system in place that encourages companies to clean up their sites appropriately.
Thank you. Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Worship, and thank you, Chris, for your presentation. One thing I always appreciate about CAP presentations is, even though you guys are advocates for industry, the information you provide is usually not sugar-coated or looking through rose-colored glasses. The question I have has to do with, in your role as an advocate and an engagement organization, we have drastically different takes on the industry regionally throughout this province and throughout this country, depending on where you sit. What data, or how do you see that conversation evolving in the less hospitable pockets of British Columbia and Canada around just not whether people are positively disposed, but just around general energy literacy?
Yeah. So I guess I would start by saying there's a certain proportion of the population that's always going to oppose oil and gas development, and we've done a lot of research in this area, and those people you just can't move. I think what we've seen shift lately is that when we started down a certain communications path at CAP, which I'll come to, that portion of the population was the only part of the population that was getting a voice, or seemingly getting a voice in the media, outside of industry and government. And so what we saw from our supporters and some research that we did there is supporters of the industry really felt a couple things that were prohibiting them from speaking up. And the first was that they felt they were alone in their views on the industry because of some of that media conversation. And secondly, they didn't have enough information. And so CAP created what we call our Canada's Energy Citizens Program. We now can reach over 500,000 Canadians through that program, so that they can get the information, be part of an online community. And now we're seeing across the country people actually speaking up in different ways. There are other, similar kind of grassroots-focused groups out there as well that are doing the same. So we've started to see a shift in that conversation. I think the other thing that's happened is with the economic downturn, Canadians broadly are starting to recognize the importance of the industry, and that it actually impacts real people that work or want to work every day. And so, we are seeing a shift in the conversation around major infrastructure, whether that's oil pipelines or LNG. And, polling numbers are showing that increasingly Canadians support those kinds of projects. So I think we are having a difference. It doesn't always seem easy. It's not. And, we have to deal with governments and regulators and courts. And, people have legitimate concerns that need to be addressed. But we need to have an appropriate regulatory system in place to actually move these projects forward when they're found to be in the national interest.
So I'm afraid we've got to move. And Chris, thank you so much for coming this morning and giving council an update.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now we have our next delegation is a half an hour, I think, of time allocated, Brenda. And so rather than, council's going to need to take a quick 5-minute break. So if we can take a quick recess, and then you guys will get you on right after that. So if we can recess for 5 minutes, please. This morning is Trish Morgan, General Manager of Community Services for the PRRD, and Jana Zielinski, Landscape Architect from Lanart Consultants, and are in attendance this morning to present on the project they've been working on, the Connecting Communities Trail project. So good morning, ladies. Thank you. Appreciate you being patient with us this morning. And the floor is yours.
Absolutely, thank you. So I'll just give you a little bit of an update or a little bit of information about how this project came to fruition. We were hearing at the regional district through OCPs and other projects that the public was really looking for more trails within the region, and particularly trails that would connect to communities. So some things that would support active transportation. So a grant came up from Northern Health. We applied for the grant and we were successful, and that helped to offset about, I would say about 40% of the cost of the project. And we started that in about early 2018, and we did a first round of public consultation in June and July of 2018. We kind of hit a little bit of a slump when we started dealing with the landslide on the North Piece. Things slowed down for a bit, but we're back at it now. So today we wanted to give you a formal update to your council. I know Mayor Bumstead has attended some of the meetings, and some of your former councillors have also attended some of the meetings, but we wanted to give you a formal update. And as we're going through, we would like to seek some feedback from your council as well. So maybe keep in mind some things that we're looking for is feedback on the routes that we're talking about, funding and operating models, concerns, ideas, thoughts. There's still a lot of things that are up for negotiation and discussion. So we're still very open to those. And this is just an update to where we are now, but it doesn't mean that's exactly where we're going to end up. So I'll hand it over to Jenna.
Thanks, Trish, and thanks, everyone. So yeah, as Trish mentioned, we're very much at a midpoint along the way. We've had a chance to hear from the community and get some feasible options on the table. None of these are final, so what we're presenting to you right now is really just preliminary work that's needing to be presented for feedback. So in terms of our presentation today, we'll do a quick summary about what we heard during public engagement number 1. We'll take you through the preliminary options that are currently being considered, and then we'll do an overview of next steps in the process. So a little bit about the project process. Phase 1 really was about hearing input, understanding some of the issues and opportunities for the area, and studying some of the potential routes that could be considered. We're now in phase 2, and this is really an iterative process. So we started looking at a very broad set of options. We've gone through an initial evaluation to try to narrow those into ones that appear to have relatively high potential. And now we're looking at feedback on those to understand, do they make sense? Are there other routes that need to be considered? Are there key stopping points that potentially could make a route infeasible at this stage? Ultimately, what we've determined is there really is no one perfect ideal solution. Everything that we're looking at does have challenges and would require consideration and decision making. Our goal at the end of phase 2 is to identify a route that appears to have the highest potential to move forward, to bring forward design recommendations, next steps, phasing and costing, and at the end of the study have a route that could potentially be forwarded into further consideration, funding, partnerships, and steps to ultimately move forward to implementation down the road. I think it's important to note through this process that a regional trails project is not a short-term project. It is something that takes many years to develop. It takes a lot of effort. It's something that does need to be considered and communicated over time. So it's something that happens over a series of years through work and effort. So a little bit about how we got input initially. We did have an ideas questionnaire that was open last summer. We had 226 people participate in that. We ended up hearing a lot of great responses and a lot of positivity about the idea of being able to connect between communities. We had a series of trails planning workshops, including one here in Dawson Creek, and we were out and about at a number of community events, so coming out to let people know that the process was going on and encouraging their participation. We also had a chance to meet with a few key organizations like MOTI, Sites and Rec BC, hear from Ducks Unlimited, and other organizations that might have interest in this type of project. So in terms of who participated in the questionnaire, the age was generally fairly representative of what you would see in the region. Not a lot of participation from 0 to 19 in the online survey, but we did hear a lot from families, which was really great. People talking about how they want to live in the region and the types of things that they would enjoy doing. We did have a very high participation from female participants in the survey. And in terms of location, participants were corresponding to the locations where the trail routes were looking at beginning and ending. In terms of what we heard, one of the things that we often ask early in these processes is about hopes and concerns. What are people hoping to achieve? What are some of the concerns and issues that need to be addressed? This really gives us a lens into what people are thinking, and we typically build these into the evaluation criteria so that as we're going forward and evaluating potential options, we can look at how that interacts with what people have told us is important to them. A lot of the hopes were about creating great experiences for both people and visitors, and really just making a community much more livable and desirable place to be. Most of the concerns focused around cost, some of the potential conflicts that could happen on a trail alignment, and ultimately some concerns about the project not being able to move forward due to some of the barriers that might be encountered. So one of the things that we did early on was put together a draft mission. And the idea of the mission is to really articulate why we're doing this. It gives us the yardstick to measure progress, and basically gives us something to reflect on so that if plans need to change down the road, we can think about, are we still achieving what we set out to achieve when we started this process? So the draft mission, which is still up for review, is to create desirable and well-used trails linking Fort St. John and Charlie Lake and Dawson Creek and Pooskoopi. These trails will incorporate connections to existing and planned trails, parks and open spaces, schools, landmarks, and other community destinations, making it fun and easy for people to choose alternative modes of transportation and for residents and visitors to connect with the unique landscapes of the Peace region. The draft mission is supported by 6 goals. The first is about creating a contiguous trail and making sure that we are connecting communities and getting people where they really want to go. Goal 2 is focused on active transportation and giving people the choice, allowing it to be a little bit easier for people to choose active transportation if that's what they'd like to do. Goal 3 is around economic development, encouraging that when they come to the region, they're visiting several communities around here, seeing what this place has to offer, and making people want to stay a little bit longer when they're here to visit. Goal 4 is about fitting the context of the region, recognizing that the trail is going to change. It's going to go through urban centers. It's going to go through some very rural areas, and it's important that it fits within that context. Making sure we're respecting adjacent land uses is goal number 5. There's going to be a lot of challenges around that, making sure we're understanding what some of those issues are and looking at opportunities to mitigate that. And the 6th goal is about connections, not just from place to place, but also giving people the opportunity to connect with nature, their neighbors, and the region as a whole. So one of the things that we did during phase 1, we had a chance to look at how some of the other regions are planning, funding, and delivering regional trails. We spoke with 8 different regions, including the Capital Regional District, Central Okanagan Regional District, County of Grand Prairie, Caribou Regional District, Cowichan Valley Regional District of East Kootenay, Sunshine Coast Regional District, and the Shuswap Trail Alliance. All these groups are delivering regional trails within their boundaries. Really what we found, obviously there's no one size fits all. They're all choosing slightly different routes to get where they need to go, but they had a lot of really great advice that potentially can be adapted to the unique circumstances of this area. 5 key learnings that we wanted to highlight. There's a big thing about being able to build support, making sure that partners are on side, everybody's prepared to go in the same direction. That's a key to be able to advance things and move forward. Access to land is a key challenge. A lot of the communities that we spoke with looked at opportunities wherever they could to avoid having to acquire land. In the cases that wasn't possible, typically the trail development took a lot longer and a lot more effort to develop. Funding was something that was discussed, and ultimately a recognition that there's a lot of opportunity for capital funding out there. One of the challenges is making sure that maintenance funding is planned in advance, because that's not something that is typically funded externally. Function was a key component. Basically, if you're going to build a trail, it has to work. And then the 5th one was that there is a lot of people that are participating in developing regional trails. All of them are very willing to help. There's a lot of good advice to build on. And one of the key areas of discussion when we were speaking with the various groups was about funding. Recognizing all of the groups that we spoke with, they're working on very significant large-scale projects. In all of those cases, they weren't being funded by one entity. They were using partnerships and varied solutions to make their arrangements. So typically, they're using some combination of a regional parks function, working with municipal partners, especially where trails would be crossing the boundaries, looking at development and future development in the area through the development approvals process where that was applicable. Senior government grants clearly was a key source of funding, up to 80% for some of the folks that we spoke with, and donations and fundraising, both through community efforts as well as through corporate opportunities. Basically, one of the key next steps in the process would be determining what those funding arrangements would look like for the different components of trails. So what I wanted to do is talk a little bit about the Dawson Creek to Pouce Coupe options. In terms of what we're looking at for this area, there's a lot of opportunities within the city itself. We've got a great recreation hub in the south end of town. There's an opportunity to tie into that. In the rural lands, there's some wonderful agricultural areas, as well as Bassett Marsh, which is between the 2 communities. And in Pouce Coupe, there's a number of destinations like the museum, viewpoints to the trestle, as well as Pouce Park. So places that people might want to go to get out for the day to head to Pouce Coupe. In terms of key obstacles, there's a lot of issues around private property. Obviously, there's a lot of private property between the 2 communities, so looking at how we can access public lands to make the connections. There's water courses. So anytime, I know as this community is well aware, if you're near a water course, there is potential for instability and slope issues. How do we manage that? Working through rural roads, being able to work with the MOTI, as well as understanding that there are other things that are going in our rural road right-of-ways, like utilities, and how a trail would interact with that. and then managing the impacts on adjacent land uses, making sure that the trail fits within the context of where it's being considered. So what we heard from the community when we asked about a potential connection between these two communities, people had lots of ideas about where they wanted to start and end and what they wanted to link to on the way. Lots of points of interest along the way. So what we've looked at is opportunities to try to connect into as many of these as possible. We also asked people about the types of activities and amenities they'd like to see on the trail. Interestingly enough, a lot of the feedback was around non-motorized uses. One of the rationales for that was people felt that there are opportunities for motorized recreation within the area. If you go to find them, there's not as many opportunities. There is quite a bit here in Dawson Creek, but beyond that, for being able to walk or cycle in between communities. In terms of amenities, not a lot of surprises, mostly things that people would see on trails, but a lot of people talked about the idea of, you know, it's quite a distance between the two communities. It would be great if there's a couple different trailheads, places where people can get on the trail and spend as much time as they want to and turn around and come back so they don't have to do the full route. So, one of the things that we did first along the way was identify potentially all the options that could be on the table, and we did this through the analysis as well as through an engagement program, and ultimately we found 8. I'll run through these very briefly with my little pointer. I'll start with the south. So that's the white one, and that's called number 1. This is the only one that doesn't start at the same point as all the others. This one would connect up to 17th Street and then head down to 19 and then basically zigzag through the railroads into the south end of Pouce-Coupe. People like this route because it could provide a future potential connection out to Bear Mountain. The other routes all start around 8th Street, right at the Dawson Trail. Number 2 is called the Blue Route. It would start at the existing Dawson Trail. There is a need to address some of the damaged section of trail that runs along the creek to 4th Street. And then 4th Street, it would start heading south towards the Acana Event Center and recreational hub around there, cross over Highway 2, and then head south, pass through Road Roads into the south end of Pouce-Coupe. The yellow route, number 3, would be very similar start to number 2 through Dawson Creek, but instead of heading south, it would turn east along Highway 2, use the 213 roadway to Bassett Marsh, and enter the northeast end of Pouce-Coupe. The green route, number 4, basically would follow through Dawson Creek as the other routes, but then just stay on Highway 2 all the way into Pouce-Coupe. Number 5, the brown route, is similar to number 4, except for it would use 211 road right-of-way to head into the northeast end of Pouce-Coupe. Number 6 is the north route. This one again would start from the Dawson Trail, but instead of heading south, it would follow along Dawson Creek for a portion, head past the airport and the sewage lagoons, and then follow the CN rail line into the north end of Pouce-Coupe. Number 7 is the purple route. It would follow Dawson Creek briefly before connecting into the CN rail line, go over the trestle of Dawson Creek, and head into the north end of Pouce-Coupe. And we should note from both of those two routes, they are being shown on the CN rail line, which is unavailable at this time, so neither of those routes could proceed until a future date if that changes. And then the pink route, number 8, is shown following Dawson Creek and Pouce-Coupe along the northeast and coming into the northeast side of Pouce-Coupe. That one is particularly challenging to be able to stay along the creek routes as well as private property challenges. So what we wanted to do with all of those very broad potential routes is run through an initial screening process and basically asked 4 questions. The first was about physical feasibility. Is there any key issues, any key crossings, things that would be very significant barriers to overcome to develop that route? The second question was around experiential value. Is this something desirable that people would want to use? The third one is around directness. Is it an efficient route? And the fourth was around land ownership. Are there major constraints about land ownership that would be a potential to cause issues down the road? And there's 3 that appeared to have fairly high merit. Again, these are all early in the process and up for discussion. So we just wanted to share which ones appear to emerge based on initial analysis. So number 2 appears to have a fair amount of merit. The nice thing about this route is that it is fairly flat terrain the whole way, so it would be a relatively accessible route. It mostly uses rural road right-of-ways. It takes us through some fairly nice agricultural sceneries. It's relatively direct, and because it's using rural road right-of-ways, there's not a lot of land ownership issues that would likely come up. We called this the option A, roadside route. Option 3, which is the yellow one, this one again is actually quite similar to option number 2, but it follows slightly different rural road right-of-ways. And one of its focus was to try to find undeveloped road right-of-ways so they don't have roads in them at this time, and potentially would be an opportunity for a more peaceful route along the way. One of the nice things about this is it has an opportunity to connect in with Beset Marsh, which would provide an interpretive opportunity. One of the challenges with it has a little bit more terrain than option B. There's some steep areas, especially where it comes into the northeast of Pooskoopi near the water tower. And option 7, the purple one, so this is the one that would cross the Dawson Creek to access the CN rail line. There are, of course, issues that would have to be considered for any trail development near Dawson Creek. However, the idea with this one is it would provide a particularly great experience. It's a little less direct than the other routes. And the key issue with this one is the CN land ownership. This one wouldn't be available until a future time that might change. So we call this one the rail route. So just a little bit of a look at each of these 3 routes. What we wanted to do at this stage is start identifying the preliminary issues that would need to be resolved. So basically, none of these routes should be considered final. It's a look at here's what the route could look like and what are the challenges that we need to overcome. So option A would start in Dawson Creek at a trailhead near the 8th Street and Dawson Trail. It would need to address some of the damaged sections along the Dawson Creek and potentially a trail realignment to limit future issues. It would connect into 114th and 4th Street at a trailhead and then head south down 4th Street across 116th, which is a fairly busy road, and then connect up with the existing Trans-Canada Trail that runs through the Account Event Center and Recreation area. It would connect at 116th and Highway 2, cross over at the lights, which are already existing, and then head south on 215 Road, east on 206 Road, and then follow probably along the marsh or along the roadways to Carling Road, where it could zigzag down into the south end of Pooskoopi. There's an interesting opportunity for a little viewpoint out to the trestle once you reach Pooskoopi, and then it would head northeast up into town with the idea of ending on 49th Avenue in downtown Pooskoopi. So one of the things that we wanted to do at this phase was prepare preliminary, very high-level cost estimates just to allow comparison between the options. I just wanted to share a few notes about the cost estimating. Basically, they're based on unit costs to say that it's about this much per linear meter of trail. Obviously, there's always challenges and issues that you encounter as you get into more details. So we do carry a 30% contingency, as well as a 15% design and engineering fee. The things that aren't included in the cost estimate that could have factors would be property acquisition, if there was major utility relocations required for some reason, or any major road upgrades. These are unknowns at this time, so they're not included in the cost estimating. And the intent with the estimating is to really provide a starting point and illustrate what level of investment might be required and how do the options compare against each other. So when we're looking at option A, what we wanted to do is just break it down into potentially logical steps. Some of the key considerations for this route would be addressing the issues around the Dawson Creek and the bridging that had been previously lost and potentially relocation of trails. There is an opportunity to capitalize on existing Trans-Canada Trail routes and infrastructure, so there's a little bit of benefit to that particular route. And then one of the key cost issues would be how to mitigate potential issues going through agricultural areas, looking at incorporating fencing and making sure that we're limiting trespass issues. Ultimately, the total cost for this one is estimated between $6 million and $9.7 million, and there is a range in there, so it accounts for different trail types as well as contingency. A 1/3 component of that would be in the range of $2 to $3.2 million. Option B, which we call the off-road route, really focuses on opportunities to use unopened road right-of-ways and provide a slightly quieter experience. It is similar through Dawson Creek as the previous option, but when we get to Highway 2, instead of turning south, this option turns east to follow along the Highway 2 corridor for about 1.6 kilometers, and then it would head south at 213 road right-of-way. Now that's an unopened road right-of-way, so right now there's no actual road development in there, but there is potentially people using it for field access, which would be a key consideration. It would head south to Beset Marsh and follow some alignment to go around the marsh, and then use 206 road right-of-way, which is also an unopened right-of-way, to head up the hill into the northeast end of Pooskoopi. Once you get up to the top of the hill, there's some absolutely fantastic view at the water reservoir, but it is a bit of a challenge. It would then head down the hill, connect up to 55th Avenue and Highway 2, and then head down to 49th Street to get into downtown Pouce-Coupe. We consider this to be a very highly experiential route. There's opportunities to tie into Set Marsh and the environmental benefits and interpretation that could exist there, views into agricultural areas, a connection to recreational areas in Dawson Creek. That said, it has a little bit more challenging terrain, and one of the issues that looking at on open road right-of-ways is potential challenges around passive surveillance. So looking at the potential phasing for this one, a lot of the same constraints exist with this route as would also exist with option A. One of the newer challenges that might come up with this route is that there would probably be a little bit more work around planning and regulatory approvals and anything that's near Bessette Marsh. It is, however, a slightly shorter route, so it's a little bit lower cost than option A. So in total, it's estimated to be in the range of 5.8 to 9.3 million, and a 1/3 component of that would be in the range of 1.9 to 3.1 million. And the final route that we're going to discuss is quite different than the other options. And as I mentioned, this would assume that at some point in the future that rail right-of-way could become available. Currently, that line has not been discontinued, so there would be no progress on this route until that would change. This one would start in a very similar location to the other routes, but instead of heading south, it would carry along Dawson Creek and try to work to cross over to the north side of the creek, where it could then connect up to the CN rail line, where it crosses Spirit River Highway. The key opportunity and challenge with this one is that it looks at the idea of using the rail trestle to cross back over the Dawson Creek and carry on the rail line. This, of course, would provide a very fantastic experience, but it also brings with it the cost of converting a rail line into a trail route. It has been done before in other communities, but it has turned out to be very costly. So the example that we have most recently seen is the Kinsale Trestle that the Cowichan Valley Regional District did convert. It cost a total of $7.25 million to make that conversion. It included an upgrade to the trestle. It took them a long time. Ultimately, the CVRD contributed $0.6 million to the overall cost. The rest they obtained through federal, provincial, and fundraising. So it was a lot of effort, but ultimately they've found that on an economic development side, they determined for their community that it was worth it to pursue. There could be an alternate route that follows to 11 Road. That would take us through the affectionately known Snake Pit, which comes along with a lot of grading challenges, but probably would have fewer cost implications and constraints. From that location, it would just follow the rail line into the north end of Pouce-Coupe, past the elementary school, and then head into downtown. So in looking at the potential phasing for this route, ultimately, this one is a lot more challenging in the fact that there's the benefit of working on the rail line because you already have an existing base. It's a lot more cost effective to build a trail on an existing base. That said, it comes with two critical unknowns. First, it includes a little bit more potential that would be along Dawson Creek, which comes with the instability and the geotechnical and planning requirements that go along with that. And it includes the trestle. So the one thing I'll highlight is that because the trestle cost is unknown, that is not included in the cost estimate. That would be an additional consideration. Ultimately, just looking at a base level, the cost range for total of this one would be in the range of 5.9 to 8.2 million. It's a little bit longer, but you do have that initial base to be working on. And a 1/3 cost would put it in the range of 2.0 to 2.7 million. So just to sum up, basically there's three interesting routes that could have potential merit to consider. In looking at option A, the physical conditions, the primary terrain challenges are really just at the Dawson Creek. Beyond that, it's a generally flat, relatively easy alignment. You do have good rural exposure. You're mostly utilizing road right-of-ways. There is one potential issue as this goes forward, is being able to make sure that we can work within a 20-meter road right-of-way, which is typical of rural roads. In that road right-of-way, you do have a road, you will have utilities, and you will have ditches. And so until we get detailed survey of what those look like, exactly how the trail would fit within that road right-of-way would have to be determined. Number B is typically a pretty physically good route. There are a few more terrain challenges, well, not along the Dawson Creek, but as well as on the hill that is around the Pouce-Coupe Reservoir. It is the most direct route. It does have really great links to points of interest along the way. And it provides a really great experience. The challenge is it's a little bit more out of the way, so there could be issues around passive surveillance. Option C, there are a few potentially more physical challenges where the route follows Dawson Creek, and the trestle itself is the primary challenge for that route. Obviously, there would be the CN tenure. That means that the timeline for that would be unknown, and it's a when, if ever type of scenario. But if that time came, it would provide a really great direct connection, likely one of the best experiences and really great exposure for tourism in the region. And it's well laid out. The corridor is already in place. So ultimately, there's 3 decent options. All of them have challenges, and all of them would have trade-offs. So just summing up, next steps in the process. For this process, we'd be looking at making recommendations around trail design, how the trail might look and fit into the different scenarios along the way. A landowner notification and feedback process to make sure that we're understanding the key concerns and issues around that. Community review and input on the draft options, and then refining and evaluating. And ultimately, the goal for this process would be to recommend one option to bring forward into next steps. In terms of the landowner notification process, one of the ideas is that once the opportunities have been determined, there'd need to be an opportunity for landowners to find out and make sure everybody's aware this process is going on, provide their feedback into the process, and try to make sure that we have a full understanding of the issues and opportunities that they see as well. And then looking beyond this process, really what this project is about setting the stage for taking the next steps forward. As I mentioned at the start, building a regional trail is a very long-term effort. It takes time and it takes a lot of momentum to carry things forward. And so we really want to set the stage for that to happen, but there will still be work to be done. So some of the emerging recommendations that could come forward for steps beyond this process would be development of an implementation committee that could help move the project forward, work through some of the challenges that are being identified, and work to secure the funding and partnerships. There needs to be a phase and priority project selection, what could potentially be what makes sense to build first. There would need to be consideration about partnerships and funding and how those components work. Land acquisition, if it was required, would need to be addressed. And then there'd be a detailed design phase where site survey is taken, regulatory reviews and permits are completed, and any type of additional work around archaeological, environmental, and geotechnical engineering, structural engineering is completed. And that would allow things to move forward to trail development. So as Trish mentioned, we just wanted to bring this forward as information today and request that Council share feedback back to committee so that we can take that feedback back into the process and make any adjustments that we need to before moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, questions, comments? Councillor Parslow.
You made reference to 1/3. Why did you calculate 1/3? Is that an assumption that you're hoping the municipality would contribute 1/3?
No, sorry, I should have clarified that. So 1/3, 2/3 is a very typical local government, whether it's some partnership between the region and the municipality, and then external funding. So usually when we're targeting grants and things like that, we're trying to make up 75 to 80% externally, and then trying to obtain 66 to 80% externally, and then looking at internal funding for the remainder.
And just another question I have is the target is, did I hear you're expecting this would enhance tourism?
Yes, that is one among other goals. So it's multifold. There's about 5 different reasons why communities are pursuing regional trails. One of them is economic development. So essentially, a lot of the studies show that communities have had success when people come to a region. They are able to develop a regional trails and experience and market it that way. A great example, and I'll use it with the Kinsale Trestle, the CBRD is one of those that they've actually had a very strong winery development along their regional trail. And so it basically, now people choose to cycle, they'll come to the region for a couple of days, cycle between different destinations. The key is finding what component do the trails mean, what can they link to in your communities that'll make people want to stay and see different experiences when they're here.
Thank you. Anything further from council? So, thank you. Obviously, I think the initial discussion a year or so ago when CN Rail was being considered as an opportunity, and Director Hebert and Director McKetty spoke to me about that concept, and that's where it kicked off from here. And so I really appreciate the work, obviously, you guys have put into this, and so council will plot around and we'll give you some feedback in terms of with our administration in terms of those components for us and the connectivity to our walking trail network, et cetera. The one question I do have is, 2 of the 3 really carry a heavy component of rural roads, and that Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure access to right-of-way for those. Has that been a discussion with them yet?
So what we had early on, when we were starting last summer, we had a chance to meet with them initially. They basically said, well, yes, we have to consider how this would fit within our road right-of-ways and come back when you're looking at options. And we haven't had that second follow-up discussion at this time.
Yeah, great. All right. Well, thank you so much. We appreciate you guys coming in this morning, and obviously the work that you guys have put into this is really an interesting concept for us in broadening that walking trail network.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senior citizen.
Snowbirds.
A lot of people run on secretary.
So that ends our council meeting for today.
Oh, well, I didn't.
Yeah.
All that 2 and 6.
So through our delegations, thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
And now on to item 3, new councillor business. Anyone? Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Worship. I had the opportunity to attend the Dawson Creek Co-op's AGM on behalf of council last week, and I just wanted to congratulate them on another successful year. They were, for the first time ever, north of $100 million in revenues, and thank them for all the amazing work they do in our community as a local institution, as a with respect to the community giving, with respect to the employment. Good for them, and it was a great experience.
Good. Thanks for attending. I had a meeting up in Fort St. John, so I appreciate you stepping in and representing council. Any other new councillor business? Councillor Parslow?
I attended 2 really neat events yesterday. The Dawson Creek, let's call it fiber event. It drew people from all over the place. Vendors and participants held at the George Dawson Inn. Lots of people. And it was nice to see an event where people you know in the community are actually out attending it. And then I went to the quilting event at the CAPAC and Harvard Cultural Centre, and it was beautifully laid out. The little theatre there and the hallways, it was great. Again, met some people I hadn't seen for some time. I do want to just report out, if I may, about the interprovincial meeting in Wembley. You know, so many meetings you go and you wonder why you were there. Well, I really learnt a lot at this meeting. I shared some of this with Mayor because I thought it was important and timely, and with Duncan concerning how the rural areas support the urban areas in their recreation. And you've got the details and some contact there, but it was just as a small example, just to illustrate the magnitude of it. County of Grand Prairie supports the Beaver Lodge swimming pool, $300,000. I can list lots of them. Really strong support and strong partnerships. Recycling was a major topic at this meeting. The costs of recycling, the impact of recycling, the lack of accountability around where does this go, and so on and so forth. I'm talking regionally, not urban. And that was, some interesting statistics were circulated about that. And the consensus that really we've got to find some more cost-effective ways, and maybe there's partnerships. The people on the other side of the border are looking at doing some amalgamation of efforts there to try to deal with that. I must say there was a good spirit between the Alberta people and the BC people, which was great. Water, I was fascinated about how the urban centres are helping with the distribution of water in the rural areas, and they have that organization called Aquaterra, and the cost of water per unit. I think a lot can be learned. A lot of data needs to be, I think, in our hip pockets concerning the operation of Aquaterra and the piping of water to individual homes and how they do it. Very, very interesting. A major topic as well, emergency medical services. It was stated, I've got a quote here from one of the Alberta side people, a lot of healthcare is being provided by the Dawson Creek Hospital, used by Alberta residents. They talked about the need for an MOU with STARS and needed to formalize some of this, but a lot of people are coming here, which I think we knew there were some, but they're saying a lot of people are coming to the Dawson Creek Hospital. The airport, interesting stuff about their airports. I learned that the Fort St. John and Grand Prairie airports are fully sustainable with no tax dollars going into them at all. They did lose some flights. GP lost 3 flights, Fort St. John 4 flights. Last year, but they've got some flights returned now. It's all up and down with the economy. But I learned that the Grand Prairie Society there really been lobbying hard for direct flights to Toronto. And they want at least 3 a week. And they cited how people want to go holidays, Florida, Caribbean, but also it would save hours of travel if there was such for the many people from the Maritimes into Toronto and hopping on. And they cited all the documentation they have. But for instance, I didn't know that, I think I'm at the right airport here, that Nanaimo has 3 direct flights to Toronto. And it's Air Canada, and they're completely full. So why not here? And then also, many people in Grand Prairie would like a direct flight to Vancouver, and there's seen to be some options there, Grand Prairie, Fort St. John, Vancouver. But many little tidbits of learning how to, and the medical flights out of Fort St. John and Chetwynd and how they make sure the snow removed. I could go on, but it was for me, a good learning experience. You're picking up little things that I think help part of our agenda as well. Good. So I appreciated going.
Good. Thank you for attending. Anybody else? Any other new councillor business? Councillor Wilbur?
I just attended our memorial on worker safety for Mayor and Council, and actually Councillor Kemp, Fleckstrom, and Earl were there to help lay the wreath on our memorial. So thank you to them for being there, and I was happy to participate.
Thank you. Anybody else? Good, thank you. So we'll move on to our minutes of our regular meeting of council for April 8th for adoption. Councillor Parslow, Councillor Kemp, discussion, all in favor? Opposed, carried. And the minutes of our budget meeting of council for April 8th for adoption. Councillor Wilbur, seconded Councillor Earl. Discussion, all in favor? Opposed, carried. Thank you. Is there any business arising out of those minutes for anyone? On to correspondence, item 6. We have a letter from Jacqueline Jansen from Networks Ministry in regards to looking for a letter of support for We Need More Space campaign. And Network Ministry, Jacqueline obviously is pushing hard, raising some money and trying to purchase the O'Brien facility for expanded services. So looking for a letter of support from us. Councillor Javetkov?
Move that we provide the letter.
Thank you. Seconded? Councillor Earl. Discussion?
It's provided a very needed service in the community.
She's done a great job. She has done a great job. Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. 6.2, we have a letter from Trevor O'Dwyer, president of the Dawson Creek Seal Swim Club, looking for some support for the Kempenborg Aquatic Center camping and equipment request. Councillor Leckstrom?
I would move we grant their request for both camping as well as the garbage and tables that they've requested in their letter as well.
Thank you. Seconded? Councillor Parslow. Discussion? Administration, Duncan?
So through your worship, this was mentioned at the last meeting when we received the grad request, so we'll work with both groups, probably separate them a little bit, but we can make it work.
Good, thank you. Any further comments? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. 6.3, we have a letter from Gord Clausen, President of NCLGA, regarding our 2019-20 NCLGA membership dues. Councillor Wilbur?
I would move that we pay our annual membership dues to NCLGA.
Thank you. Second? Councillor Kemp. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. 6.4, we have a letter from Michael Morden, City of Maple Ridge, regarding a letter of support on the erosion of the Democratic elected government. Councillor Javetkov?
Received for information.
Second? Councillor Parslow? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. 6.5, we have a letter from Linda Mooney, resident of the City of Dawson Creek, regarding a concern around the lack of affordable housing, homelessness, and issues of concern.
Receive it for discussion.
Councillor Parslow, receive for discussion. Second. Councillor Wilbur, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Go ahead.
I appreciate getting this letter. I just wanted to add to the content of the letter. People who have disabilities are given $345 a month for housing. So what has to happen is many of these people, with whichever agencies are supporting them, have to put 2, 3, or 4 together, and it's just not helping those individuals at all. Access to affordable housing is something I know the city is concerned about and would like to act on, but I just say it's a real issue, and that's why I just wanted to make those comments. That I just learned recently about the impact on people with disabilities. $345. That's what they get.
Yeah, I think honestly the aspect is really, really an important one for us to, we moved forward. I think the last term council made the recommendation that we would move the old Grandview School, the old Kiwanis Performing Arts Center property available. We're, I understand, working with the PRRD and doing some of that analysis, but I really believe this is an issue for council that we really need to put some momentum behind and get ourselves on track with moving this analysis forward. We know we have seniors housing issues and a lack of accommodation in certain segments for our seniors. The affordability issue, transitional issues for, we hear from speakers in the Mitzpah Transition House is at times at its seams. So I really believe this is one that we really need to have move forward. And so I'm going to ask Duncan if we can get to RD and get an update from them on where that is.
Just through your worship, we spoke with the RD on Friday. So they indicated that they will have that RFP out in June as far as a gap analysis for the community. This is tagged onto a project that they're also working on. There was a delay and it has lagged for a period of time, but they've assured us it'll be out in June.
I really believe this is one that we need to get moving and get some structure in place, and maybe it would be worthwhile for us to meet with the province and talk to them about, like you guys are housing and all of that stuff is a big important issue for them, but I think we need to begin that diligence towards this in some earnest on behalf of this term of council. We have the land and we have the need, and we need to get I think we need to get it moving.
Can you refresh my memory about I have it in my memory bank here, a few months ago, there was an approach by BC Housing about building a 6-unit facility here. Is that true? Or?
So through your worship, we're constantly working with BC Housing on different opportunities.
I don't think there's been anything formally brought forward back to council yet, but I know BC Housing have been engaged. But I think we need to, this whole aspect of housing, seniors, affordable, transitional, all needs to get some movement going on it. Councillor Earl?
Just for my own volition as a new councillor, your worship, through you to staff, do we or have we ever offered any kind of incentives to property managers or owners to provide a portion of their rental units as low-income housing, or whatever you want to call it, whether it be tax or some other kind of inducement.
Okay.
So through your worship, not that I'm aware of, there are some opportunities through the charter that allow us to incentivize, but I'm not aware of any, but there could have been some prior to me. Brenda, are you aware of any?
And yeah, certainly I'm not. You know, it's someone's property to do with as they please, but you do look at vulnerable people in our community, as Councillor Parslow mentioned, people with disabilities or elderly people who are maybe aged out of their house but not ready for full-time care home. And, you know, that is an issue. It's something I hear about constantly, so I do appreciate the letter, and I support the mayor's desire to have to see some more energy put into pursuing that.
We're at the seams, and so there is no place for people to go. That's the issue. There's no place for seniors when they're looking to go to Rotary Manor or wherever. There is no capacity. People are on a 1, 2, and 3 year waiting list to get homelessness. There is no, that's the issue, and I think we need, I really believe this, that land that we have dedicated and designated as an option for that housing model for the future. We have it, we have the dirt available, and let's get it moving, I think. Councillor Wilbur?
Through you to staff, I would also like to know what's transpired in the Northwest, because many of those smaller communities, even than us, have put in really great housing structures and worked with the provincial government funding that's there for homelessness. So without just totally reinventing the wheel, I think some of our counterparts in northern British Columbia who have similar weather have really done something dramatic to change those gaps that they have. So I think there might be some information available for us from the Northwest.
Councillor Lexter?
Well, and just to comment, certainly Linda's letter raises an issue I think we're all aware of and all struggle with at every level of government, whether it be local, provincial, or federal. I guess I don't know if it would be disagree with what's in the letter, but certainly I think Dawson Creek is still a wonderful place and has a lot of warmth where people care about each other. I understand Linda's intent of saying, look, we have to get back some things that we may have lost over the last number of years, but we're still a pretty amazing spot. Our ability to do this, and I'll speak to some history in the city, is our land availability and what we have. There's very significant opportunity for Dawson Creek to be a partner when it comes to working with the provincial government and other organizations. We're very fortunate as compared to many areas in this province. We have land availability. You spoke to one that is available now. I know it's being pursued through the regional district, and we'll look at that. So we'll see what we can come up with, but this is a multi-headed thing we have to deal with.
So maybe what we'll do is, if we can, is we'll just ask that we refer it back, if you like, to me through the PRRD. I'm going to get an updated report from them on exactly what it is we're moving forward with. We'll bring it back to council. We can then fully understand what that data analysis is, the first step is going to do, and then we can decide if there's some other initiatives that we want to take in terms of continuing to move this forward in a proactive manner. Either meet with Minister Selena Robinson, the Minister of Housing, and her staff to talk about what it is we want to do. But I think there's 3 or 4 streams here to me that we want to address, and this is one of them, and I think we need to get going on it. So maybe if we refer it back to the mayor through PRRD, and I'll bring it back to council in the next meeting under mayor's business.
So moved.
Thank you. Second, Councillor Earl. Discussion? And as just we refer it back to the mayor, I'll bring it back, our report to council on that data analysis and the report that's being done, because we did say we would partner with them on that. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. 6.6, we have a letter from Barry Rayner, Director of Sport and Event Tourism from Tourism Dawson Creek regarding a request for support for a grant application they're making. Councillor Lexter?
I would move the letter of support from the City of Dawson Creek with regard to the application for the World Junior A Hockey Challenge to broaden the reach and impact of the event through marketing and communications.
Thank you. Second, Councillor Wilbur. Discussion? Councillor Parslow?
Just information. This is different than the one we've had before, under 17.
Yes.
This is the big deal thing, right?
So this is a World Junior A Challenge. It's the World Under 17, we co-hosted with Fort St. John. There was 8 teams and 3 Canadian teams. This one, there's 5 teams, the US, Russia, Czechoslovakia, 2 Canadian teams, East and West. These kids are the 18-year-olds that will be drafted in the NHL draft next June. And so it's filled, and it's in partnership with the Canadian Hockey League and the NHL scouting system. And they come in and look at these 18-year-old kids probably for the last time before they're through the draft in June. So when we were in Bonnyville, as they announced we were getting the tournament, there was probably 250 scouts, NHL scouts and general managers at this tournament. So it's not only the kids in the tournament, but it's also a big, big event for hockey in the international world as well as the NHL. So our rink will be filled with people who are there scouting these kids, and it's a great hockey experience as well.
So I've missed something there. This has already been awarded.
It's been awarded.
Yeah.
Yep, we've got
I
it.
remember your visit to
Yeah.
Bonnyville, but I didn't remember the other part.
December 7th to 13th, I think, in that time frame.
Somewhere around there, yeah.
It's about a week tournament, and but it's all here. It's all at the Canada Event Center. Although we will move a couple of the exhibition games out to other communities to broaden the support for them. And this is just more of that fundraising and putting the budget together for them to execute on. Further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. And the 6-7, we have another letter from Barry in regards to a second request for a letter of support to NDIT for the same thing. Councillor Wilbur?
I would move that we write a letter of support for their application to the NDIT grant for up to $20,000 for World Junior A Hockey Challenge from the Marketing Initiatives Program.
Thank you. Second, Councillor Earl. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. Item 7, reports. So we have report 7.1. We have a report from our Chief Financial Officer regarding our 2018 audited financial statements. Councillor Parslow.
I move the report number 19-060 from the Chief Financial Officer. The 2018 audited financial statements be received. Further, the 2018 audited financial statements be approved as presented.
Thank you. Second, Councillor Kemp. Discussion? Any comments, Flavia?
No comment.
No comment?
Great job, Flavia.
Great job to the staff that put it together.
Yeah, good job. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. 7.1, we have a report number 19059 from the Utilities Manager regarding our Capital Fleet Replacement Program fund reallocation. Duncan, do you want to speak to this quickly?
Sure. So through your worship, we have been adjusting the equipment pool throughout the budget process. In the first draft, it was $610,000. In the second draft, it was $548,000. This would put it back up to $600,000. It is within the amount we've budgeted for. It's just a bit of a shift, and really these are efficiencies that we're trying to gain. We're not going to purchase a vehicle as earlier proposed, just with the changes we've made and efficiencies, and we're looking at leasing and these other options, and now we're trying to focus on that cemetery component and increasing our level of service in those cemeteries. As previous councils had indicated, we needed some change, and this will allow us to do that.
Thank you. Councillor Javetkov?
I've got some questions on it. Are we...
So do you want to receive it for discussion
Yes,
first then?
please.
Okay. Moved by Councillor Javetkov for discussion. Second, Councillor Lekstrom. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Go ahead.
So, we've got an enclosed trailer that we've been hauling around a water tank for refilling water bottles and stuff. And that sustainability program has been, I guess, deleted, but I just wondered about that trailer, if it's can be repurposed to serve this purpose.
Okay, Duncan?
So through your worship, the water fill station, the trailer, and that whole program came through various community groups, and I know Councillor Wilbur was involved in that, and that trailer was donated for that program. At some point, this council will have to discuss what we would like to do with that water fill station, but that trailer, my understanding, is associated with that program, was given to us for use in that program.
Okay. So a decision will be made in terms of if volunteer groups want to use that equipment or what we're going to do with it this year, and then bring that back to council for determination.
Yeah, we've had some requests, and I know it's coming forward.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
The other... The other question I had was, is the intent to have a enclosed trailer sitting out at the cemetery?
Duncan?
Through your worship, no it isn't. It's to be portable, to move from cemetery to cemetery. We actually have 2 cemeteries in town, and we also look after St. Emil's, which is a few kilometers out of town, so we won't leave it on site, but the idea is to have everything enclosed and ready to go so that we can hook up and go.
Thank you. Anything further, Councillor Jabecko?
No.
Good. Council? Councillor Wilbur?
Just move the motion is what we're looking for. I would move that report number 19-059 from the Utilities Manager regarding 2019 Capital Fleet Replacement Program Fund reallocation be received. Further, that council approve the purchase of a dump trailer and an enclosed trailer in place of one of the pickups planned for replacement in 2019.
Thank you. Seconded? Councillor Kemp. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. 7.3, we have report 19063 from the financial manager regarding our online homeowner grant agreement with the City of Langford renewal. And basically, this City of Langford developed this online process. We put a 3-year, and because it's back, it's only a couple $1,000s, but it comes back to council because it's a 3-year agreement that requires council's approval. Councillor Parslow?
I move that report 19063 from the financial manager, re-online homeowner grant agreement, City of Langford renewal, be received. Further, that the agreement with the City of Langford be approved for a 5-year term beginning April 2015-2019 with an initial annual fee of $2,000 and a $50 annual increase.
Thank you. Second? Councillor Leckstrom. Discussion? Duncan, anything you want to add to that?
Through your worship, as we move forward, technology is changing, and we may look at opportunities in which we can provide this internally, but for continuity, we'd like to renew the agreement. We do have that opportunity to terminate it in the future if a better option presents itself.
Sure. Thank you. Further discussion?
Well, it's well used, isn't it? I think there's a few hundred.
Yeah, definitely. It's just as more vendors become available, suppliers, there may be cheaper options. So we're gonna be mindful and see what we can do.
Good. Thank you. Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. 7.4, we have a memo from our corporate officer regarding our Mile Zero Park Society city representative. Councillor Parslow?
Having attended this meeting, I would like to support the decision to approve the nomination of Brianna Casey for consideration as a city representative on the Mile Zero Park Society board be ratified, and she was approved.
Thank you. Second? Councillor Wilbur. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. 7.5, we have report number 19052 from our Deputy Corporate Officer regarding our approving officer appointments. Councillor Lexton?
I would move the recommendation, Your Worship.
Thank you. Second? Councillor Kemp. Discussion? Duncan, do you want to just give a quick update on?
Through the Land Title Act, council needs to identify either the chief engineer or that internal employee or delegate for the approval of, for planning purposes, yeah.
And so Kevin is our approving officer.
Kevin's main, and Peter's replacing Alex.
Thank you. Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. 7.6, we have report 19053 from the Deputy Corporate Officer regarding our Consumer Price Index policy. Councillor Parslow?
The report 19053 from the Deputy Corporate Officer, the Consumer Price Index policy be received. Further, the policy attached to this report authorizing the use of the British Columbia Consumer Price Index at September the 30th to increase applicable fees effective January the 1st of the following year be approved subject to a successful 30-day review period.
Thank you. Second? Councillor Leckstrom. Discussion? Councillor Parslow?
This is purely reflective of past discussions and keeping our fees up to date rather than falling behind. So
exactly.
It's nicely worded.
Thank you. Any further comments, discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. 7.7, we have report number 19062 from our corporate officer regarding our policy review. So, maybe if we could I seek a motion for discussion? Councillor Kemp, second Councillor Javetkov, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. One of the things that, as I reviewed this and we see the amount of work that our administration are going through today with respect to a whole bunch of priorities we got, my concern is if we tap in to their capacity now on a couple of other things, I'm worried that we're going to stray into not having capacity to deal on what we've identified as the #1 strategic priority. And so I'm bringing that up now because I think we need to review some of the policies, but I prefer to do it in a manner that where we identify something that's an issue for us as it identifies a particular area, rather than go through the whole review of the policies that we had set out. I'm just worried about capacity as it relates to council's direction to administration and administration's ability to kind of keep up to that aspect of our financial work that we have ongoing and others. So, Councillor Javetkov.
So, I guess I anticipated that we would be doing a policy review similar to last year or a couple of years ago where, you know, everybody participated and identified some policies to review. I didn't realize that I'd be the only one. Anyways, these policies, to deal with them today, you know, on a day that we're going to be busy, I don't have a problem with deferring them to another time, but these policies to me are important that we go through them. We've got situations that have changed since the last policy review. For example, the Willowbrook Park, Chamberlain Park issue. I mean, we've come to some conclusions on there. The carbon fund issue, I think, is important that we review both the fund and the providing funding. You know, there's two aspects there. Conference attendance, I think that's important with regard to our budgeting process and our financial situation now. Unsightly properties, I still am concerned about our process for reporting. I see almost auto wreckers in the middle of our residential areas that people won't complain about because they don't want to be, you know, into a negative situation with their neighbors. But the rest of us driving through our residential areas or have to put up with it, yet we can't complain because we're not, you know, close enough. We've got to deal with some of this stuff. I mean, we used to have an unsightly property policy where we all participated in identifying them, and then we did an annual tour, and we collectively decided, you know, is this something we should deal with or not? I think we've, you know, got away from that with the fear of having to hire multiple bylaw officers, which I think is a red herring. I don't think we need to do that. Anyways, there's issues there. The land sale issue, I think there's some need to discuss that. The offset purchasing is what I was thinking with the carbon fund. The community and corporate vision, I think, needs to be reviewed. And looking at it, I guess, maybe defined better. We've got some generic terms in there that, you know, you could reach a lot of different conclusions. Trespass and encroachment is one with the issues that we've dealt with the park. And snowplowing and removal, I think, is another issue that we need to, you know, review with the intention of trying to come to terms with some of the costs.
Sure.
So whether we do it today, and you know, it's already just about lunchtime, or defer it to another time and maybe give people more of a chance to review some of the other policies that may be of interest?
Mike, and so when I raise it, Councillor, it was more, honestly, it's more directed about, I know we got some priorities. We've got the strategic priority of council of the financial work that we've just finished and we're going to move into, and it's that capacity of this layering it on to administration and seeing how they're, and I know we're going to load them even further. So that's my worry. Every time we say, okay, we need to do this review, now that takes them away from what I think is going to be the important work. Now, some of it we may address through the financial, the budget. So some of that stuff will be, I would assume, part of those, we can bring in part of those logical discussions. This is just my own view of watching and seeing what's going on with administration. I'm worrying about how we need to have that fiscal work being undertaken. So,
Yeah,
go
if
ahead.
these are the only policies that have been submitted for review, maybe we could slot 2 or 3 of them into each meeting and deal with them over that time.
Okay. Councillor Parslow.
Well, I'd like to congratulate Councillor Javatrov for
I read through
putting
all of
forward this set. I knew would have the same set as he, so thank you for doing that for me. A number of these are actions, and this policy are now no longer in alignment. And if Paul didn't do that work, I knew our corporate officer would have surely brought them forward sometime, because there's going to be other budget decisions come along where alignment with the policy would need to be adjusted. So I like the idea of bringing forward, as we do our budget, those things that maybe need tweaking, because our decisions, and as we're going forward, dictate that the policy needs to be changed. But I very much appreciate the sentiment. I don't want us to get derailed, a lot of work to do. So maybe we can, as CAO and Chief Executive Officer, see fit, we can put some things in. But I'm concerned that we keep our policy in alignment with what's going on with our budget.
Councillor Lexter.
It's just following up on the comments. I think a policy review, I think, is certainly worthwhile. I think your comments about where we're headed right now, looking at the financial future, trying to do some clear focus on the work, it has merit. Versus looking at 5 or 9 or 10 or 15, Paul, the work you've done is very good work here. And I see ones in there that jump out at me as maybe not having to create a bunch of work for our administration that we could talk about maybe at a future meeting. The unsightly properties one, certainly historically, we used to be part of that as a council. To think you got to live in the neighborhood or have it, I would change that tomorrow. And I think we could do some things like that. It's unfortunate that our timing and the amount of work we're asking our administration to take on because of a new council and new direction is going to limit our ability to achieve everything in the first year without question. But we'll work towards it. And I think there are some solutions that you've talked about before that versus taking 9 in a meeting like this, we could spend the rest of the day just talking about these and trying to move them forward. I think there is merit in saying maybe let's pick 1 or 2 at a time, move them forward. I think we could all do some work and maybe take a little of that. Not that I want to micromanage by any means, but we can come up with alternatives to enhance some of these, I think. So, long-winded way of saying good work, Paul, and I think we can move it ahead. I think this format, we've been asked to do it, and I think you can tell by the amount of work that it is that people's hands have been challenged to be able to do what you've done, I mean, on this, without question.
Duncan, any feedback?
Through your worship, there's a lot on the plate, and as council noted, we have a new council, and we're setting some new direction, and we're working through some budget now and some strategic planning, and some of these items are going to have to be changed depending on what some of the long-term strategies are, and as far as making it sequential, you may want to have those larger discussions before you start adjusting the policies.
Okay. So, go ahead, Councillor.
So could I make a motion that we take these, I think there's 9 there, and spread them out 3 at a time over the next 3 or 4 meetings?
Sure, and I'll work with administration and we'll identify the next 3 to bring back, because there's maybe some that are coinciding with each other as it relates to certain topics, and so we'll bring that back for our next council meeting. Moved by Councillor Javetkov. We'll bring that back 3 at a time. Councillor Parslow, second. Discussion? Thank you for the work on this too. Yeah, that's exactly the point. We all are doing our stuff to bring this stuff forward for good governance. So thank you. Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. 7.8, we have a report 19056 from the city planner regarding the development variance permit for South Peace Junior Soccer.
Your worship, I have to claim conflict as
Okay,
having the
thank you.
I have to step out as well. I was recently on the executive, so I have to leave as well.
Okay.
No one else leaving?
Nobody else can leave. No, not jeopardizing quorum. One more can go. You want to go?
No, I'm keen to make the recommendation.
Thank you.
Move that report number 19-056 from the city planner. Redevelopment variance permit number 19-06 be received. Further, that development variance permit 1906 be approved to vary sign regulation bylaw number 4369 2018 by allowing third-party advertisements at 401 116th Avenue from May the 1st to July the 31st of every year.
Thank you. Second. Councillor Earl, discussion? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Let's do a couple more while they're out.
That seemed to go fairly quick.
Move the next one back on. Jeremy, move to the next one.
We were going to move on without you here. We thought we'd get a couple more done without you too.
Blimey.
I think you've got a conflict for the next one, actually.
Do I?
It's a real advertising service, no?
No.
Okay.
Report 19066 from the city planner regarding development permit 1905 for Mainland Investments for 1324 and 1400 Alaska Avenue.
What's that? Is that the next one?
It's mine.
Yeah.
7-9?
7-9.
7-9. Councillor Javetkov.
I'll move that report number 19-066 from the city planner, redevelopment permit number 19-05 Mainland Investments, Inc., 1324 and 1400 Alaska Avenue be received. Further, development permit 19-05 to control the form and character of a new 80-unit hotel located at 1324 and 1400 Alaska Avenue be approved.
Thank you. Second, Councillor Parslow, discussion? Councillor Lexter.
Just a quick question through to administration on this access in and out. Has the work been done, or have they even shared that with us based on Ministry of Transportation? I just worry, and I go back to our guitars and stuff, the access there for people that have gone in and out of that, that's not a workable in and out for me, certainly on a highway like ours going through town. So any update on that, or is that stepped early?
So, through your worship, it's outside of our decision today in
Yes,
the
I
form
knew
and
that.
character. But Peter, do you have any update on that
No, we don't have
Anything back?
final design,
from MOT?
preliminary design, that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Okay. I think that'll be very important. I know they'll want good access, and I will provide it, but I do not, it wouldn't be my first choice to mirror guitars and stuff, I can assure you.
Duncan.
So through your worship, I just briefly touch on the letter that was provided to council from CN. And so CN, as a neighbor, was provided information regarding this development. And they provided a list of their recommendations, which included some safety setbacks, 15 meters, a safety berm, a crash wall, acoustical consultants to undertake noise and vibration, as well as some chain link fencing. All of the items that CN have identified don't actually apply to the decision in front of council today. We're looking at form and character, which is essentially the visage, the building itself. Council could consider these through our zoning update and our zoning bylaw changes that are underway right now, but for intent and purposes of today, we couldn't make these changes if we wanted to. I've spoken to the building owner, and he's aware of this letter, and he's aware of the items that were identified, and is proceeding as he sees fit.
Absolutely. And so, and to me, the landowner, the adjacent neighboring landowner, CN in this case, raises those issues or concerns that they have with the development. I completely respect that, but it's outside of our guidelines as form and character for the development permit. and those concerns that they've raised. And so to me, we've dealt with it, we've received it, we understand it, we understand the issues that they may have with noise and all of that other stuff, but outside of our bounds of form and character. Councillor Javetkov and Councillor Wilbur?
I guess the fact that this facility has been designed by a professional engineer should give us some confidence that we're not liable for future issues. The other thing with the access from Alaska Highway, I think one of the aspects of locating the building back to the back of the property is to give the developer more flexibility in the front end for access. If you look at Super 8, they've got the advantage of exiting over on 15th Street. Well, these two lots don't. So somehow they're going to have to develop accessibility in and out on the front end. So I think it's important to have that building located, as far back on the property as, that's just I'm not an engineer, but it's just we've dealt with these Alaska Avenue issues before.
Thank you. Councillor Wilbur?
Thank you. Councillor Javetkov kind of touched off it, but we also have the Comfort Inn that they had to allow access in and out too, and they worked that out. And the difference being is now that we're seeing this development, that kind of corridor road that used to be there is gone, and it's being used for access. I don't like the one at Guitars and stuff in Timmy's either, but I think that was a matter of different property and a drive-through. But I think they'll work it out, and to what Councillor Javetkov has said, this is being engineered. Right now we're saying, yay, another development, and the rest of it will come forward. And I believe this gentleman may have been before us at the last meeting regarding CN. So I think they're looking at it. I'm excited to see that there's going to be another hotel, and more people can stay here in our community and shop local. So, yay.
Thank you. Again, I think it's, nobody's coming back after and saying, well, you didn't consider the noise, you didn't consider this. We've considered it all, and happy to see the development coming forward to our community. Further discussion? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. 710, we have report 19050 from the General Manager of Community Services regarding our arena advertising sales, and this is the tender that we put out from our last meeting. Councillor Wilbur.
I will remove it. Report number 19-05 from the General Manager of Community Services. Request for proposal 2019-06 arena advertising sales be received. Further, that the City of Dawson Creek enter into an arena advertising sales agreement with the contractor Terry O'Dwyer for a 3-year term. And further, that the contractor agrees to pay the city 75% of the gross monthly advertising revenue on a semi-annual basis.
Thank you. Second, Councillor Kemp. Discussion? Councillor Wilbur?
I just want to say that Mr. O'Dwyer's been doing this for a while now, and he's been very successful at it where others have not. And so I think it's a great partnership, and just kudos to him for coming up with something that works well.
Good. Further discussion, comments? All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. 711, we have report number 19058 from the Utilities Manager regarding our invitation to tender the Capital Works program for 92nd Avenue for 17th to 19th. Councillor Earl.
I'll move that report number 19-058 from the Utilities Manager regarding invitation to tender 2019-07 Capital Roadworks Program, 92nd Avenue, reconstruction 17th to 19th Street be received. Further, that Council award RFQ 2019-07 to Peterbrose Construction Limited for the contract price of $1,297,885.03 plus applicable taxes.
Thank you. Second, Councillor Javetkov. Discussion. Duncan?
Sure. So through your worship, this, as identified in the report, I think it's approximately $12,000 over the budget amount. However, this includes a contingency, significant contingency, and includes streetlights of approximately $90,000, which we are, through the next bylaw section, working with the neighborhood on that LAS for improvement and for the streetlights. So we're confident we can complete it.
Thank you. Councillor Javetkov?
So, we had discussed the warranty period on these paving projects before. Can you tell me what the warranty period on this project is?
Okay.
So through your worship, I will ask, and I know Devin just stepped out, I believe it's 3 years, Peter? Do you know, through the subdivision bylaw?
No, I'm not aware.
So I can get you that information and provide it during the committee of the whole. I believe it was increased after some of our experiences in the past, and I believe it's 3 years, but I'll get it to you in the committee of the whole.
Yeah, I'd just like to make the point that we should extend it so that we don't run into those ongoing problems with the wavy asphalt.
There's Devin.
Sorry, Devin, do you know the warranty period for the pavement tender? Is it 3 years?
In our bylaw?
Yeah, it was updated from 1, I believe.
It was updated from 1, I believe it went to 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, so we'll confirm that in the committee of the whole.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. And there's now, springtime, we're away, ready to go, right? Good job. Item 8, bylaws. 8.1, report number 19054 from the corporate officer regarding our local service streetlight project. Councillor Parslow?
I hope nobody's going to speak at length against this, so...
I was just clearing
Report 19-054 from the corporate officer, re 2019 local area service streetlight projects be received. Further, that local area service establishment bylaw number 4414/2019 and local area service establishment bylaw number 4415/2019 be given first 3 readings, and that staff be directed to submit the bylaws to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing for approval, and I invite Councillor Lettstrom to second this.
Thank you. Second? Councillor Wilbur will second it. Further discussion, Councillor Lettstrom.
Just a quick
giving them a
discussion.
boxing arena. Just giving them arena.
Because of where we're at this year in our financial picture, I will vote in favor of this. But I do want to, certainly express that there's going to be a discussion. The thought that we will pave a street and people that live on that street will pay nothing for that part of it, but will pay for improvements under an LAS for streetlights. Well, the vast array of other streets in this town have been paid for by the people that live on them is wrong. And we have to address that. I know it's a bus route. I know there's different things that happen. But our policy, I don't want people to be surprised, and it may or may not get changed, but it's certainly going to be brought up for discussion. We have to find a more equitable way to fund our paving. You would note from the previous report that we adopted, the one before this one, there was $20,000 spent on asphalt repairs. To allow that to happen and fall on the shoulders of all the taxpayers because an area doesn't want to pay for pavement doesn't work for me. And as a councillor, I'm going to do what I can to make changes that are more equitable. And at the end of the day, I will leave this room and support the wish of council. But I don't want people to be surprised when there's a good, healthy discussion brought forward in the very near future on this. Thank you, Your Worship. Didn't have a lot to do with this motion, but I thought I'd get it off my chest.
We got it scheduled for May 29th.
That was just a good one.
Yeah, that was a warm-up to the healthy discussion.
Councillor Javetkov.
So I thought at the last meeting, we left with administration doing more work on an option there to cover all of these concerns off.
Duncan?
Well, that's not my name, Your Worship.
So through your worship, we looked at the LAS policy, and we and I'd have to pull it up, but I believe we essentially waived that policy while we looked at infrastructure charges or maybe parcel taxes, and we also approved moving forward with this project and 112 and including the streetlights as part of an LAS.
But there were some options that were laid out, and the one that I remember is one that would be an interim policy that would take us to the point where everybody that's contributed to streets so far would time out. That's in 2012 27 or something.
Mhm.
And from then on, we would have another policy that would cover off the contribution to roads.
Your Worship, that was something discussed. The action or the motion at the last meeting, and I'm looking at Brenda, was to not require the pavement for these two projects, include the street lights. We also talked about defining what an improvement is and whether it's limited to street lights or if it's open ditches or pavement in the future, but that was all pushed to a future conversation, and we were moving forward with the award of the tender and the street lighting as an LAS. It was the only decision made.
But the future conversation would have
Yep.
a more refined policy with regard to where we're going.
Open-ended book.
I'll have to
At
look
this
at
point.
the video like this
Yeah.
myself
Okay.
to see what
Oh, no.
what the actual result was.
There's going to be some passion around this one, I can see. Councillor Parslow.
Can I direct my colleague, Councillor Javatkov, to the report that's before him? Find the word recommendation and look at the sentence just ahead of it. It reads, a revised local area survey, C is missing, service policy that clearly defines improvements that are eligible for future local area service initiatives will be provided to council for consideration at a future meeting.
That's what I thought.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, any further discussion?
I think we need a
All
break.
those in favor? Opposed, carried. Thank you, great,
least we got with this
great
part.
catch,
That's
seeing
good.
you guys staying on your agendas.
So glad they get along so well.
8.2, bylaw notice enforcement amendment bylaw, 4411. Councillor
Move
Jabecko,
for adoption.
second. Councillor,
Sure.
Councillor Wilbur. All those in favor? Opposed, carried. Thank you.
You guys will be so happy when I have no voice.
And 8.3, we have municipal ticket information system amendment bylaw 4412 for consideration of adoption.
So moved.
Councillor Parslow, seconded. Councillor Kemp. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item 9, Mayor's Business. First one, the Canada Community Information Session. This is an annual or ongoing community information session in Canada, host tour facilities for business and residents. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to make this one. I was a conflict, but they do them on a partnership with the OGC. TransCanada hosted the STARS Community Outreach Education Program, and so through the Peace River Regional District, as which we're a member, we fund $170,000 a year towards STARS for the service they provide into our region. They've also got an outreach program that they're developing, and it's a bus that's a fully equipped, fully outfitted medical emergency training unit, and they use it for, it's got the live, I shouldn't say live, but it's almost live medical dummy that they use for simulating all kinds of different medical emergencies and things. And TransCanada are working in partnership with the communities up here to bring that community outreach program in. It was really good, and it's really a unique program, and I really appreciate TransCanada and industry helping build that outreach education programs into our communities. I attended the Birchcliff Energy, had their open house out in Bonanza, at the Bonanza Hall a couple weeks ago, and so I ran over. I haven't had a ton of interaction with Birchcliff because they do primarily operate over in the Alberta side of the piece in County of Saddle Hills, but they have a huge presence here with regards to employment and our service sector and all that. And so I went over and supported their community open house. It was very well attended, and met a bunch of the Birchcliff folks, and really wanted to make sure they know how important that segment of employment, their employees live in our community, that are their operators and field staff, and they come and stay in Dawson Creek when they're here, flying in and out. So anyway, it was a really good evening event, and appreciate the invitation to go. Save On Foods had their grand opening here a week ago, and a number of, I think, council were there, and hard to believe when we talk about small businesses in our community, and you kind of sometimes take for granted that they have these retail locations, and what kind of a economic impact they have on our community when you talk about employment. And I think these guys said they hired 130 or 140 people for that store.
It's 140.
And directly, and that's kind of hard to believe when you think about that. And so our neighbor Safeway and the co-op Jeremy talked about earlier, and all of these local retail locations that provide huge small business employment opportunities. And then they're buying in our community. And what really kind of knocked me out was when I was at Save-Ons is they're carrying product from Lawrence's Meats from the butcher block as part of their meats. And so, and they had the local Cattlemen's Association there, had a display up talking about the benefits of supporting locals. So really great message and really beautiful store and real great addition to the mall and to our community. So appreciate the invitation to Save On Foods. I got asked to go to Northern Lights College. They had their business class awards, and they asked me if I'd come and help hand out the certificates. There's about 10 kids that were there that day, young international students. They put on an event as part of their business class, that they organized an event. It was for charity. The money they raised through this event went to the Dawson Creek Literacy Society and Better at Homes. They organized the event. They did put on a dance at the school. They sold the tickets. They got sponsors. They organized the band and the entertainment, the music, the food. And I think they raised like $4,000 towards. And it's amazing to me that, again, I think all of us see these kids in our community, the international students, and they're working. Talk about in the retail locations at Walmart and Canadian Tire and Safeway, and all of these locations are hiring these kids to come and work in our community as they're going to school, and it's been a huge benefit to the college as well as a huge benefit to our community. And to see the diversity in our community where these kids come in and each of the kids did an introduction of what they want to do and what their background is. Medical, they want to get into medical administration, they want to get into being RNs or business entrepreneurs. And so I was really impressed to see that level, and the kids want to stay here. And so each of them got my card, and I said, phone me, because we'd love to have that conversation. And anyway, it was really well done, and I really appreciate the invitation. Laverne and I attended the Child Development Center's Children's Art Gala fundraiser last week, I think it was, at the Fix, and it was a really good evening to see the silent auction and the kids. I bought a piece of art from a little guy that's preschooler for Damien, I think, in the silent auction, and just a really good event. And I think they said did they have 100 and some kids in preschool kids at the Child Development Center? Like, it was crazy how many spaces they take for kids in preschool age at the Child Development Center. And again, 30, 40 people work there, and just, I think back to the days of Ruth Westcott and what a driving force Ruth was in building the Child Development Center. And I give now Kim Brinsky and all of her staff do a great job up there and provide such a valuable service to our community. I got asked to go to, and Chris mentioned it, CAP asked me if I would attend the Senate committee hearings on Bill C-48 on the transportation of the North Coast tanker ban. It's a discriminatory bit of legislation. It only targets a certain area, certain geography of Canada. As Chris mentioned, they're in the St. Lawrence Seaway into the west coast or the east coast, the south coast, but not the north coast. Will they allow the transportation of oils and fluids? And so I was on a panel with Mayor Ackerman from Fort St. John and MLA Ellis Ross from the Chief Councillor of the Haisla, and Mayor Germuth from the District of Kitimat. We spent an hour. Each got 5 minutes of introduction time. I talked about exactly the issue that Chris talked about for us. Condensate, the production of liquids, are so prominent in northeastern British Columbia and the Montney. And if you ban one liquid, are you banning the next? And it impacts the ability for the transportation of that heavy oil from Fort McMurray without having the availability of condensate. And it's an important topic for our community and our region. And so we spent an hour on the Senate committee. There was about 9 senators there. it was really interesting to hear the comments. And, you know, there was 2 or 3 things that were really amazing to me. The Pacific Spirit pipeline is getting a whole bunch of attention. That's an oil pipeline that's designed to go to northern British Columbia, across from northern Alberta to northern British Columbia, up around Stewart. There was the port manager for the Port of Stewart was there advocating for development of a port there. He said, I can see Alaska. I can see the tankers in Alaska. But yeah, you're going to ban them from our port. And the First Nations partnerships that are existing to build that Pacific Spirit pipeline and build that access was very evident at the Senate committee hearings. I sat through a number of the witnesses. And the other thing that was amazing to me was the Laxqualams, the Nisga'a, a number of the First Nations, chief from the Haida was there, from Haida, all very, very prominent in terms of they're pushing for, they want to build a port, they want to build a processing facility on the west coast in the Nisga'a lands, in the Laxqualams land. So it's the Nisga'a people, the Lax are in favor of this stuff. It's the self-interest groups that are promoting this. On Wednesday, I was at a crisis communications workshop for elected officials put on by the PRRD, and it was really about, you know, we talked about the Old Fort slide and how what a really significant emergency that was for our region, and how all of us as elected officials need that understanding of how important communication is. And it was just more of a training session for 3 hours put on by the RD, and really, really worthwhile, and really appreciated the opportunity to participate. Any questions on those from anybody? 9.2, we got a letter from Colleen Neese, the board chair of Northern Health, with regards to the Dawson Creek and District Hospital redevelopment project. Now, I've been involved in this for a bit of time as it's been unfolding from Northern Health, also from the PRRD's perspective, because at the PRRD, we pack 40% of the cost of that project through the Peace River Regional Hospital District. Okay. So I'm really seeking council's approval to appoint me as the designate to that committee, because I want to make sure that I stay locked in from the regional district as it relates to that 40% funding, but also from the perspective of being involved in it from the community perspective. This is a big deal for us. So I know that Councillor Wilbur, move, second. Councillor Kemp, discussion? Anybody comments on that? It just is a very big deal, and I really want to make sure that I bring that focus to it.
Would it, oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Certainly support the motion. I think the work you've done to date, your worship, is hugely beneficial, not just at the regional board, but with Northern Health and the discussions. Do they need an alternate if you're unable to attend the meeting, or could you check with that? And certainly I know Councillor Wilbur has expressed a sincere wish to also, if it's at all possible. That may be something that, to make sure we're at every meeting, if you have a busy schedule, if you couldn't be there, if we had the opportunity, they may not have set up for alternates. I just don't know.
I saw, you know what, that's a great question, great comment, and so maybe if we could just have appoint an alternate within that motion, if it's okay with the mover and seconder. Now, you moved it, so is that a conflict for?
I think it's a conflict. Someone else will have to move it. No?
Through your worship, no, that would not be a conflict. And,
okay, all right. So if it's okay with the mover and seconder, let's do that, because I don't know, but we are having a meeting coming up next week, I think. And so I'll raise it with them just in the event that if we do have somebody, that Shaylee can be there and attend. It's a great point. Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. And then last item 9.3 is the reallocation of the Shell Canada Energy $25,000 donation. So I met with the new area superintendent from Shell, Sean. He replaced Wouter Decline. Wouter was the area superintendent for Shell here. He moved back to, he got reassigned back to Norway, and they brought in a new young man from Shell, Sean. I just met him a few weeks ago. Anyway, through that discussion, we got wind that they had a $25,000 grant available through their community programs outreach, and so that I knew that our friends at the Dawson Creek exhibition were looking to rebuild the band shell, the band stage that they had down there, because it was part of that removal of a bunch of those facilities down there. And so I asked him if that would be something they would consider putting the 25 grand into partnership, because they're building they have the First Nations village down there, and they do the band or the stage there. They were all over. So they've worked with Connie, and they've agreed to do this and put the money towards it. But they need to put the money through to us in order for us to allocate it to the Dawson Creek Exhibition Association. Duncan?
Yeah, so through your worship, this began kind of last year, and we had looked at opportunities, and really it was expanding our service, and so an opportunity at the exhibition grounds where they will look after the life of that building and maintain it is a good option.
So we need to get a motion from council that we reallocate now. Shell gave us the $25,000, and we need to have a motion now that we will move that money now to the Dawson Creek Exhibition Association for the construction of that band shell, dance stage. Seconded, move Councillor Wilbur, seconded Councillor Lexner. Any questions from anybody on that? It's just a great opportunity for there's a example of our industry business supporting our local community and a much needed venue that they have. Further comments or questions, anybody? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. That's it for me. Diary, Brenda? Sorry.
Your Worship, there were two items from delegations, the flag for
MS flag.
Sorry, you're right. So we had the flag from the MS Society that we're going to fly that as well, right? Sorry, I missed that.
Do we have a specific day? I didn't.
We can find it out. Yeah, we'll get it from them.
I would move that we
Second.
fill their
Thank you.
request of flag.
Move Councillor Wilbur, second Councillor Earl. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Brenda?
And the regional district requested a...
Yeah, I think what we'll do is bring that back to council after council have had a chance to review the report, and then we can have our next meeting perhaps with administration. Now that you, Duncan's heard this, we can engage our community services staff, understand what some of those potential implications are, and then we'll bring that back for council to give some input into that, a recommendation of options, of routes, and all those other components for us.
I would appreciate that. I'm
Yeah.
not prepared
Duncan,
to-
you all right with that?
Yeah, so through your worship, and we'll provide a little more background of how this came to be when they originally approached council on that approval.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I hate to speak against anything that's suggested, but you know, I think the mayor's comments about workload and stuff are still resonating with me, because I appreciate what you said there. So here we're passing a piece of work through to reflect back, and I appreciate all the reasoning for that. But surely, is this a project that we, in our circumstances, financial circumstances, can even reasonably project 5, 8, 10 years down the road that we could participate with? This is what I'm thinking. And if we've got any money to improve trails, I'd like to deal with our own Kin Park Trail first.
Yeah.
So I don't want to preempt council, but I'm just saying we should really have a discussion first. Is, do we really see this as being on the horizon, that we could reasonably be a financial partner to this, and before passing it on to them? So I hope you don't take offense to me saying this. I just think that we need to be consistent with what you said earlier about the workload.
My only concern of us having any discussion about it, and council having any discussion about it, there's some gaps in there in terms of that connectivity for us. So I think your point about, are we going to even consider it, or even want to consider it, when we don't even know the implications to that consideration for us, is the unknown. And so that's the hard part to me. And but I'm guided by council. Councillor Wilbur?
I would like to have that information come back from staff, because we have had discussions about it. That's how we got to the presentation today. So I think we all need to be on the same page. And I think to some of what Councillor Parslow has said, part of that refurbishing of our in-town trails was a part of the plan. So sometimes you achieve greatness together. So I would like to have all of that information brought back from staff so we can all be on the same page, and then respond to what the ask is, because unless we're all looking at the same information, how can we possibly give them a response based on a crystal ball we don't have?
Councillor Lexer?
It's just following through your worship, and maybe a question through to Duncan. What's the workload look like to achieve what we're talking about right here? If you could comment on that, that would help me.
Yeah, I mean, so through your worship, council committed to sending a letter of support for a feasibility study in 2017. That's what's brought us to where we are today. The big hinge is we don't really know what that trail network from the mall to the event center looks like right now and what those costs are. And from a brief look at the map, it looks like most of those options funnel through that area. So there'll be a bit of work understanding where we're at with that component of the trail, and also in context with all of your other capital projects.
And a piece to this is we do have the bridge that we got paid for by the insurance for the walking bridge that we've got to relocate back into that walking trail that's sitting over by the bridge on 13th Street, 10th Street.
10th Street.
But there's components to that we don't have the information, and that's the hard part. I think, and Ross hasn't, I'm assuming, had any view of this at all.
Yeah, so I mean, and I know Brenda would like a motion, but something we can do is just bring forward the information we have now without any additional research. Maybe in the next committee of the whole, bring forward, this is what we know to be true today, this is what we understand from what's been provided, and give council that background before any further research is conducted, if that's where council would like to go.
And I wouldn't mind council even looking at it from the perspective of, and I get Councillor Parslow's concern about cost, but even to say, look, if you're going to do this, what route would be the most beneficial for you to consider as it relates to connecting to our system? We haven't had any so I guess that's my concern, is they're asking us to give them back some information, and I don't think council's got enough information to give them a response to.
We don't.
But I'm also by Councillor Parslow's comment about I don't want to overload administration either.
Is there a motion on the floor
No,
right now?
not yet.
So,
My recommendation was that we ask administration, and when I say recommendation, is to have Ross review this presentation, review the walking trail stuff that we have on our books, because we got to do something with that, and then bring that back to council so that we can understand the connectivity of that and how it impacts our trails and what the report's suggesting and what some of the potential implications of that are to us, both in executing the implementation of it, financial, all that stuff. Councillor Jarecko?
It seems to me that there are some comments in the budgeting process here, that the relocation or the stabilization of that section between the mall and the Encana Center was in the $1 million range. So I don't know, like, I agree. I mean, is that something that we see in the near future, in the next 3 years or 5 or 10 years? Maybe, like, I agree that, you know, somebody has to go through this, these proposals and identify, you know, something that we could support, but they should be probably looking at other alternatives besides that $1 million fix.
Yeah. And I think that's a great bit of feedback for our administration to give to us as we give it to them on this potential of a project that they're looking at for the rural area, right? If they're thinking about connecting into us.
They need to know.
Yeah.
Well, another comment for me about it is I'm familiar with, as we sure, as we all are, I mean, I used to run a lot, and mountain bike to Poos Troopy and all these back trails, but some of the routes there, the spring runoff down some of those things, causes the road to be closed. The ditches are unpassable. And do we really think, did I look at the demographic of all the tourists that come to town, they're hikers, runners, 2-3% maybe? They're not going to walk 100 yards along the main highway into town. I think it's laughable. But anyway, said my two pieces, thank you.
So through your worship, and maybe to answer Councillor Leckstrom's question better, we complete the committee of the whole as is. This is allow us a little opportunity to talk about something different. We can bring forward what we know to be true today through a committee of the whole with a motion from council. Brenda?
Through your worship, if the regional district has requested a response, so we would need a motion based on the discussion, so probably a staff report in the regular meeting instead of committee of the whole, then council can action it and forward it.
Okay.
It doesn't necessarily need to come back to the next meeting. But just refer to staff for review and report back to council is all I'm
Okay,
suggesting.
and let's do that. And then you can bring back the report of the information you have as it relates to our trail and what you've seen here, and then with some recommendations of what council should consider. Okay, Councillor Earl?
I'll make that motion.
Thank you. Second? Councillor Kemp. Discussion? Councillor Wilbur?
I just think it's vitally important so that when we also do go back to PRRD, they get a better understanding of what we're actually looking at within our community trails, within the real picture. So you talk about $1 million fix to a bridge, we need to all see that information to say to them, actually, your numbers are out because this is what our trail system looks like. Thank you. My 2 cents.
Thank you. So everybody's got their 3 cents in.
3 cents? It was 3.5
All
cents.
those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you.
Almost sold it for a nickel.
So,
You want this thing from Abbotsford? Yeah.
yeah, I was just going to go diary.
Sorry.
Nothing?
You are. There's a big nothing there.
Consent calendar. Do you want to deal with we have the letter from Mayor Braun from Abbotsford?
There's nothing there. We just took it out.
That you want to raise, Councillor Lexstrom?
I would move we receive it for information.
Thank you. Second? Councillor Earl, all those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. Strategic priorities? Nothing?
Nothing to update, Your Worship.
Media question, Austin?
Not this time.
And so we'll adjourn now because we have lunch and do committee of the whole right after lunch. Is that all right? We got anybody holding that's waiting for us to staff sergeant or anybody? So we'll adjourn the meeting for the committee of the whole after lunch. We now move into the committee of the whole portion of our agenda, and our first item is our report from the staff sergeant, who is away on summer vacation. No, I don't know where he is.
What?
Anyway, we have Sergeant Ramondi. Welcome.
So, for those of you who don't know me, Sergeant Ramadnik, Operations NCO, Dawson Peak, or CMP.
Welcome. Brian joined us about 2 months ago.
January.
Was it?
It's been that long.
Holy. Had enough time to get into trouble.
Yes.
Welcome, Brian.
So this report is for February this year. Detachment resource reporting during the month of March 2019. We didn't have any staff movement. So our single remaining member vacancy was filled at the beginning of April, and we're now on paper full. We made a selection of a GIS constable, and she should be coming up here, we hope by July, to fill the GIS position. The attachment is currently advising or advertising, or had advertised a full-time clerical position with the hopes that this person is in place by June. This is anticipated that this position will alleviate some pressures on the current clerical staff and will significantly reduce overtime. It's closed and applications have all been received. Crime trend reporting. So there's been 1,640 calls for service for the city of Dawson Creek and 478 for the rural and surrounding areas since January 1st. Comparative to last year, this equates to a decrease of calls in the city of 3% and a decrease in rural of 7.4%. The following trends have been outlined for the period of February pertaining to offenses regarding calls for service and proactive investigations. We'll go through the list here. Theft of vehicle, we had 9 calls for service, 12 from the previous month, which is a decrease of 25%. Theft from vehicle, we had 6 calls for service, where we had 8 calls the previous month, decrease of 25%. Break and enter to a residence, we had 7 calls, where we had 1 the previous month, This equated to a 600% increase. That doesn't just include residents. This is sheds, whatnot on property. Break and enter to business. This was unchanged at 6. Assault with a weapon or aggravated assault. We had 17 calls for service where there was 12 the previous month. This was an increase of 42%. Sexual assault or sexual interference. We had 4 calls for service where 1 was called the previous month, the increase of 300%. Drug possession, drug trafficking, we had 14 calls for service, where we had 13 calls the previous month, increase of just 8%. Drug overdose, 2 calls for service. It's from 1 the previous month. Impaired driving, alcohol, and or drug, 24-hour suspensions or immediate roadside prohibitions, IRPs. We had 22 calls for service, so compared to 16 the previous month. Most of these are proactive, and that's 38% increase. Motor vehicle accidents, 24 calls for service compared to 41 calls the previous month. Due to the weather, this will be hopefully dropping. And mental health, we had 40 calls for service where we only had 18 the previous month, so with an increase of 122%. Go for investigations of interest. March 6th, Dawson Creek RCMP dispatched to a complaint of an assault. It was determined that a 19-year-old male had pushed his social worker down a flight of stairs, resulting in some serious injuries. The male was arrested for assault causing bodily harm and will appear in court at a later date. March 6th, the RCMP were dispatched to a medical call. While attending a scene, identified a stolen vehicle in a vehicle parked in the area. Investigation of the stolen vehicle located drugs and paraphernalia inside. We determined a suspect who had previously been in care and control of the vehicle. This investigation led to the completion of a successful search warrant at a local residence and seizure of multiple firearms and a large quantity of drugs and Canadian currency. March 8th, the RCMP dispatched to a report of a robbery in progress at a local business. Investigation determined that the male had passed a note off to the staff or pharmacist at the Safeway that he had a gun. The members attended, located a known individual, and arrested him before the courts. And March 11th, the RCMP were notified of a bait car activation. The successful arrest was made of a male out of Alberta, and he's before the courts. And down to Pooskoopie, during the reporting period, there was 52 calls for service within the village of Pooskoopie. This is a 48% increase compared to last year, where we responded to only 35 calls. In closing, for the coming months, as current recruits complete their training, we should have them all on the road by themselves here by August. And the GIS section will be staffed appropriately to assist the GD members. It is also the hope that the community policing traffic position will be staffed this summer. And over the next month, the detachment business rules will be developed, where we intend on taking a look at some of the calls, like false alarms, so we're not being called to so many, dispatched to so many calls for police resources. And we'll be doing a comprehensive review and have that done by the end of the month. In closing, yes, we'd like to sincere appreciation to the City of Dawson Creek, the citizens, and the Village of Pooskoopie for their continued support of the RCMP.
Perfect. Thank you. Right. Council, any questions? Councillor Parslow?
Yes, the last section under the heading closing.
Yes.
And beginning with it's the second paragraph. I've heard some discussions about that with some other agencies. Can you expand, give some illustrations of what you are discerning at this time that calls you may not respond to? What criteria you will be using to discern whether you will report, respond or not?
So motor vehicle accidents?
No, other things. So let's say you get a phone call from a social worker that their client is making threats towards them. I've heard statements like this, that the RCP are saying, that's your problem, you deal with it.
No.
So I'm just using that as an illustration of what I've heard, not saying that that's factual. So I'm just interested, how are you going to sort what things you will respond to and what you won't?
Anything to do that's an assault on a person will definitely attend.
Okay.
These things are like residential alarms, where there are multiple hits or like multiple, where there, because there are Annie Alley will have a hit saying certain address. We've had multiple false alarms at this address. So we would have to decide if we were going to re-attend this place. A lot of businesses may have, like at 8 o'clock in the morning where a business opens, they punch in their alarm. It says that there's an alarm, but we know that there's somebody going into work. Those types of calls.
Sure.
Anything that's a people call where say there's an assault or anything where we'll be attending.
And for motor vehicle accidents?
So motor vehicle accidents, right now ICBC, from what it's new, they've raised their reporting to $10,000. So anything that's, if it's a minor fender bender, they can get their drive off the road. We will not be pending those unless there's an injury, perhaps like impaired driving, any of that information that we will be attending. But if it's a minor fender bender or a car off in the ditch, we don't attend those.
Thank you. Further questions, comments? Councillor Wilbur?
Just really around the mental health, so there seems to be an increase in that. Is that something that we can just assume is the nicer weather, more people are out, maybe participating in some of these other things?
Yes, and we have, I know at the hospital they have nurses that come just rotation, so they don't know the regular clientele, so they'll be calling, so somebody will come in. If it was a regular nurse that knows the history, they wouldn't call us, but because it's been rotational, they're more inclined to phone us to assist. That's why.
Any further questions or comments for council? Brian? Brian, thanks so much. Appreciate you coming in today, and again, welcome to Dawson Creek. Look forward to seeing you.
All right.
Thanks.
Enjoyed it.
14.2, we have our corporate officer. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. I want to use this committee of the whole to initiate some discussion on leases. On leases.
Okay.
We, our council approved a template back in December, and so that was a good basis to begin. We do have a number of agreements that are currently up for renewal, and before we go to discuss any of the fine details with the nonprofit organizations, I would just like to get council's feel on how they want to move forward with. There's 4 different items that I pinpointed in my committee of the whole, so if I can just start with those. Just looking for some consistency on dealing with all of the nonprofits the same way, but in saying that, each of them have a different facility to run. Each of them provide a different need to the community. There's different uses in those facilities, so it makes it difficult to treat them all with the same brush type of thing. So the first item that I had was fee for service. Just Some of them receive fee for service, some of them don't. Some of them have their utilities covered, some of them don't. Just looking to get some feedback if we're looking to reduce a fee for service or maintain it. One thought I had was just base it on an annual report that each user group would come and present to council and just provide their profit or loss for the year and their actual need for funding could be based on that. I'm throwing a lot of different questions out here, but if I could just get some of your feedback before we move ahead.
Thank you, Brenda. Councillor Earl?
Okay, so I'll give a couple points. I agree with the sentiment that any organization receiving a fee for service, part of that agreement should be providing some sort, I don't know if something as formal as an annual report, but at the very least, financials, some sort of metric around the number of patrons, hours off, stuff like that. Some sort of value proposition, so at the very least, if we are providing fee for service, we as representatives of the community are able to articulate to our constituents what that return on investment is. Secondly, with respect to utilities, for those organizations we are providing a utility subsidy for. I think one of the issues I had, and I know we had to some degree during our discussion around the budget, was what incentives are in place to compel those organizations to be mindful about how they're using energy if it's just a flow through of their utilities to us and no oversight. So whether it's they are responsible for covering a certain percentage of the utilities, enough to make it worth their while to be mindful about how they're using energy. I don't think that would be inappropriate. I guess building maintenance is one where I have reservations, having worked at the event center, is do they have the capacity to do the maintenance in-house, and what kind of oversight demands are that going to create for us with respect to being responsible stewards of the asset and being able to make sure that, you know, if we sign a 5 or 10 year agreement with these people, we don't show up at the end of 10 years and realize that this has been left to rot and we're now going to have to replace it, or we're on the hook for it. So I think that's one that's going to be dependent upon the particular facility, the particular service it provides. And then, yeah, that's pretty much it for me. And I don't know if that's useful or it was...
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Councillor Parslow?
I certainly think the review of their financial statements is absolutely a core thing that should happen. But I would, from my own experience with different groups, we must also insist that there's an independent review of those financial statements prior to them being passed into the chief financial officer. Some organizations, of course, it's too costly for a proper audit. Others, I think, we should insist that there's an audit done, because they're dealing with hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. And I think it would be very helpful in shedding a light whether these people, these organizations are not in need of the money. I've heard, you know, 7 or 8 years being on council, people saying that they need this money, and yet other people on the executive who I'm kind of close to say, no, we've got lots of money, we don't need it. So I think an independent sign-off around accuracy and review would be very good. Yeah, we do get exposed to, as Jeremy put it, to the neglect of capital, maintenance and things like that. I think we have a right to insist that there's something, that they have a facility plan to maintain, or it's agreed who does what within the lease agreement. Yeah.
Thank you. Further comments, anyone? Councillor Giacco?
So the utilities part of it, if it's a city-owned building, if the taxpayers own it, I think it's imperative that the city controls the supply of utilities, just to make sure that the building is maintained properly from heat and water and everything else. As far as fee for service, the example that comes to mind is the Mile Zero Park Society, which we're getting a fee for service for operation of Rotary Lake. Rotary Lake is not in operation now, and I think that fee for service has to be reviewed. Somebody was saying, well, that they have to mow grass. Mowing grass was not part of that fee for service. This fee for service was specifically for operation of the lake, and that was to buy chemicals and to provide staff there to ensure that the water was chlorinated properly and all the rest of it, but specifically to do with Rotary Lake. As far as other buildings like the Lakota Center, like KPAC, the taxpayers have provided these buildings. Taxpayers are paying the utilities, and the organizations that are operating them are in some cases basically giving away the use of the buildings, maybe not for free, but for minimal revenue. And to a lot of times it's to commercial enterprises or quasi-commercial enterprises. I mean, a dance teacher that's working there benefiting from that room on the backs of the taxpayers, or some equestrian business that's benefiting from the Lakota Center on the backs of the taxpayers, or people that are storing their horses there in a box stall for, in a lot of cases, fees that are maybe 25% of a normal rate for British Columbia, and sometimes from out of province. And this all has to be reviewed. I don't think it's fair to the taxpayers that we sort of give this facility to an organization and they basically give it away. Like, it doesn't make sense. I think there has to be a lease fee for those facilities, and it has to be negotiable, but start at $50,000 a year and then let them negotiate with the city and see what they can come up with. But there has to be a way for the taxpayers to get something out of that, not just the few people that are using it, but the tax base in general.
Thank you. Councillor Ekstrom.
Just following through on some of the discussion, I think it will be vitally important that we see the financial statements. We make sure they're put forward. The thought, and it's been said here before, I do believe that we're going to have to look at these individually. I think there are differences in certainly our not-for-profits and how they operate and what service they're providing. I think that's going to be very important. The annual presentation to council, I very much would look forward to that from every group that receives money from the city, which is from all of the people of the city, so that not only do we know, but they can see if they want to pay attention to whether it's the television airing of the programs or the minutes that we have. We've got to be able to find, I think, something that's going to work a little more equitable than what maybe some of them have right now. But the idea, Brenda, and the work you put into this, I think, is tremendous. The idea of our fee for service, the amount based on what we're doing from the taxpayer's perspective, would make very little sense if we're contributing and helping and they're putting money in their pockets. I don't say that lightly. I don't think that's a big case, but I think it happens in some instances. That's why each one has to be looked at individually. The idea of the leases, I think we'll find some continuity in some areas where we can do it. I think the utilities is one where, boy, we need control of utilities. Now, how we put that in a lease is going to be important so that we're not on the hook for something that happens as a result of maybe non-payment of utility bill. There's a number of things that come. You've done a good job here. What you're looking at, and when you talk about Moving forward, here's the things, the financial statements, the annual presentation to council. I think we're gonna have to, again, I'll go back to this and close off, but each one is gonna have to be looked at, I think, on its own merits versus one blanket across.
Thank you. Councillor Wilbur?
And ditto to actually what Councillor Lexstrom just said. Great job, Brenda. I'm not going to repeat what has already been said, but the one thing that did trigger me when I was looking at this was under insurance costs. So prime example, I'll just pick on event center and soccer. So if soccer is to rent space within the event center, we have to provide insurance, and we have to list the city, Global Spectrum, and Canada all on our insurance certificate. So I think that there has to, I like this whole point of we would not be, it would have to come back to council to have insurance fees reimbursed. But I think my point is, there's the insurance of those looking after the facilities, but I think if they're renting out space, they should have some onus on them that those people renting that space are also providing insurance, or similar to what the Encounter Event Center does, is if your group doesn't have insurance, you can buy it at whatever rate per person that's going to be in attendance. So I think just in the day and age that we're at, I don't think it's just about the agreements we have with those user groups. I think if they're renting space, they should be onus within their agreements with us that they're going to make sure that their user groups are providing insurance as well.
Thank you. Anything, Duncan?
Yeah, so through your worship, so I asked Brenda to include this. We have a new council and we're moving through some, could be complicated discussions with some of these user groups and trying to renew, and really we don't get a lot of free-flowing discussion with council where we can talk kind of fairly forward and loosely about different areas. And so you'll see some of this built into the committee of the whole, where we're looking for some feedback before we engage a Mile Zero Park or a curling club in some of these lease discussions. So we have an idea where we think council's going. I mean, ultimately we have the template now, and Brenda has really narrowed down the key differences between the different groups, and so we're looking for some consistency, but may not be able to get it completely across the board. So thank you for the feedback.
Thank you. And I just want to reiterate, I really like the idea of obviously the financial statements. I think it's critical for us to see that they're providing a fee for service, and we are providing a fee for service for them, and they should present and be willing to present to council and the community on what the value is that we're getting for that fee for service. And that's where I love that idea of the community presentation. And then into that, then you hear, you get the opportunity to talk about what types of things are you doing as an organization to build the amenities in that services you're providing, and that includes infrastructure and building all of those upgrades that you're doing. And then council can consider that in terms of the fee that we're providing for that service. So I think that's a very good first step. I really like that. Thank you. Anything further? Brenda?
Unless there's questions on anything else, I think we should just, I'll end it there.
Okay.
Just
Go ahead.
one other comment on the facilities, on the leases that we have with organizations that are farming out the use. We have to consider how many users are from outside of the city. You know, it's an issue that we're dealing with through the regional district, but those organizations, KPAC and Lakota Center and everybody that's dealing with that has to consider that as well. We can't, you know, they're operating the business, and it's not something that the city, you know, can direct them on. So they have to consider the benefits that are going to people outside of the city.
Councillor Parslow?
Yeah, not wishing to add too much to this, but some things that have been said about private gain. I really think that we should insist that the issue of conflict of interest is to the fore within every organisation we're putting taxpayer dollars to. I don't want to dwell on examples of it, but I know, just telling Shaylee, just 2 days ago I was told in detail about a conflict of interest, whereby, let's say, the person who's the president has a spouse who runs a business in that facility. And when issues have raised, they wouldn't have anything to do with it because it's their spouse, you know what I mean? And so we've got to make sure that these places are operating fairly as well if they're receiving our tax dollars, the city's tax dollars.
Thank you. Thank you. Anything further, Brenda, you'd like to bring forward in your report?
No.
Good, thank you. 14.3, we have a report from our Chief Financial Officer. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Nice to have you here today.
Nice to be here today. Sorry.
Again, like this is a month where we dedicated a good bunch of the time on the preparation of the public hearing and then the revision of the drafts of the budget. So we are almost there. Wednesday and Friday we're gonna be having the 3 readings and the adoption. I hope so. And of course, as part of the result of that, then we will be sending the reports to the ministry, preparing LGD, and then SOFI reports. So these are to come. Also, the good thing was we discussed it during this meeting was about the year-end audit, and we had the auditors here. So it was really a good audit. Went smoothly, considering again a new team. And I, like Duncan said, and I really appreciated the support of my own financial team. And especially, I want to thank Carrie Barber. She just joined in November, and she embraced it. She embraced this audit and managed to take care, and that was really a great job that she did, and the whole team. So, and the good news also, the last one, not least, Michelle Atkinson, she was our accounts receivable clerk, and we went through the process of selecting a financial service manager, and she was the most qualified. So I'm very glad to announce that she is our new financial service manager in the team.
Good stuff.
Good.
Questions, comments for Flavia? Duncan, Councillor Parslow?
So just distinguish for me between manager of financial services and finance manager. How would you why are those roles separate?
So financial service manager would be responsible through the whole front desk, tax collection, dealing with accounts receivable, accounts payable, grants, where the financial managers, they deal with the budget, like preparing and supporting me on the budget, and with the financial statements, like preparing financial statements, dealing with the auditors. So that's how we separate. So financial service manager is very specific to the day-to-day activity of our department.
So further to that then, the deputy finance officer, is that position
is eliminated.
Has been replaced by the finance manager position.
By the financial manager, exactly, yeah. And also this is, I would like to add, this is part of a whole succession plan that I'm building up, so that I can have a strong team that in the future, when a new CFO will be joining, so we have, it's going to be, right?
Yeah.
It's just
in 20 years, when
Flavia retires. Duncan, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I was just going to add on. So when Flavia came, one of the first tasks was we had been without a CFO and building that succession. And Flavia has elevated a couple of positions within the union into an exempt position, just in that material and confidentiality matters that they're dealing with. And really, so there's no new addition. It's really been a shuffle of the deck with the existing funding and the existing positions, and creating another layer of management for succession and for oversight of the day-to-day and check and balance for our transactions. We deal with a significant amount of money, and something Flavia has really paid attention to is ensuring that we have that monitoring system in place and that we continue to, meet our goals as far as financial standards.
Thank you. Councillor Parslow?
Just, I've always been curious about these designations. CPA stands for Certified Professional Accountant.
Yes.
CGA, Certified General Accountant.
Yes.
CIA, Certified Industrial Accountant. No.
Certified internal auditor.
Auditor. And CFE,
Certified fraud examiner.
Fraud Examiner.
Yeah.
I've never said
Flavia's got it all.
She's been studying all weekend. Leave her alone.
I've been a CFE for almost 12 years, and it's very strong in U.S. and because I used to work with American company and also is UN, so it's a very strong and recognized designation over there.
Yeah, thank you.
We're very thankful to have you, Flavia.
Thank you.
So I mentioned it earlier when the auditors were here that we've gone through a big transition, and the financial area of any organization is really, really important, like really important. And so in all sincerity, having Flavia join the team as our CFO has done an amazing job, an amazing addition to our organization, our city. I just can't tell you how much I appreciate the work that you've done for the city, guiding us through the budget and guiding us through that whole area of finance. Seeing the addition of 2 CPAs into our organization, bringing that kind of professional designation into the organization. We're so fortunate that we've been able to attract those young people into the organization for, as Flavia says, the succession. So I want to say that publicly, how much we really do appreciate what you've done and the job you've done for us, and we really appreciate it. That's all I have to say about that right now. Anything further, Flavia? Yeah. His mic was off. His mic was off. Thank you, Flavia. Anything else? No? 14.4, we have a report from our General Manager of Community Services. Good afternoon.
Where's everybody?
Everybody's off. It's springtime. They're sending in the designates. There must be bad news.
Succession building.
I have good news.
Welcome, Shantae.
Welcome.
It's good to have you here today.
Your Worship, Council, Senior Management. So, I'll go briefly through the report and then ask if there's any questions. One thing that we just want to say, Yinka was going around thanking everybody for the safety event that we hosted on Friday. He just was very happy that everyone worked together to help him. We had about 125 people, and so it was a great event. We'll start with Parks. Parks and Recreation, we have the new Parks Facilities Manager, Melina Sweezy. She was hired with the city in 2010. She was a successful applicant, and she started with us in 2010, and she was instrumental at the pool. So we're very excited to see her come over to the Parks and Facilities side. She'll be key through the changes that we're having with Parks and moving forward this summer. So we want to make sure that we continue to be functional and improve, efficient, all those things within our department. So with Parks, as of May 6th, we'll have 12 staff back at work, with the final one coming back from maternity leave sometime in July. Right now what they're doing is they're working, removing gravel from boulevards, preparing the sports fields for May 6th, which we will be starting with our sports groups at the sports field park. Other things that Parks are doing is preparing the flower beds, spring tree maintenance, and preparing for the citywide cleanup. Tonight, as you guys are aware, we have the Crescent Park and Fred Favell Memorial Lions Park event tonight. Right now we have had 3 people email back their surveys, as well as 18 other surveys come in. We just checked that this morning, thanks to Tab. So the event is going to go on at 6 o'clock, 6:30 tonight. How many of you guys are coming? Ooh. So what we are prepared is...
Probably a D-pack.
We'll have some printouts for people to be able to come and check out the samples. So we're looking forward to hosting that event tonight with the public information. Do you guys have any questions about that?
Could you ask Councillor Javetkov if we could do a poll again of who's coming tonight?
I'm sure that he just forgot to put his hat on.
I'm going to be a D-pack, but I'm pretty sure Councillor Javetkov's going to go on my behalf.
So what we've done, we did advertising, signage, and media posts and notification to the neighbors have all been sent out since last week. The survey is currently on the website, so people can go on there and complete that survey. And basically to talk about the no-mow zone for the park users in that event with that request. We hosted our sports field user meeting, which was in March, just to discuss with groups how the sports fields were. So we had people that were present there, and we were working with the junior and adult soccer groups. A few years ago, I think it was Devon actually put in rotations. There's rotation 1 and rotation 2, or how the sports field were, so that we could maintain the goal creases and maintain the pitches to make sure that they maintain throughout the year and each year after. We did not do that for the last couple of years, so we're implementing that again. We're also working with David, who is our lead hand with parks right now. We're looking at a 3rd rotation possibly to implement next year, because one of the things that came up at the meeting was the goal creases, the wear and tear on the goal creases right now isn't exactly where we'd like to see the grass at this time of year. So we're going to be looking at a 3rd rotation, but again, we've been working with junior and senior soccer to work with that. We had a request from possible rugby, the South Peace Rugby Group. They're looking at hosting provincials, and they're scheduled to go into Fort St. John. There may be a possibility that they need to come and use our soccer pitches. May 11th, we'll find out sometime this week what is going to happen with that, if they need to rent our facilities. So we'll go on to facilities. Facilities have been busy preparing for the new Public Works building for the final move-in. That is completed now. They're also preparing to move the parks and stores into the old fire hall building, so there's going to be a little bit of a transition there. They've been doing regular staff maintenance. One of the things that I thought was interesting that I thought we'd share, I'm not sure if you picked it up in the report, is that the city has gone into a 1-year program with Chem Aqua for water treatment for the boiler water systems with the city. The program is to protect the boilers and heating pipes for corrosion. So I talked to Corey this morning, and what Corey said is that they're going to be checking the filter, and once they check those filters, they'll be able to determine how much corrosion is coming out, and it will be a process over the next few times that they change those filters. So they'll find out how that's working in about 6 to 8 months. So recreation, we took part in the Health and Wellness Expo, Community Service Celebration, the Community Science Celebration at Northern Lights College to promote our Fun and Fit kits for the Everybody Active initiative. The department also participated in the job fair through South Peace Senior Secondary School to promote jobs that are within our organization. What we just saw this last week was that we posted some positions that are for 15 to 18 years old, and normally we'd have 2 to 3 applicants, and they have increased, almost tripled to quadrupled the number of people that are interested in working for us between the age of 15 and 18. So I think it was a really good thing that we are going to the job fair and taking part in that. I'm sure that everyone knows what May 11th is. That is our citywide cleanup. That is another thing that we're focusing on in the recreation department. Last year we had 60 sites and around 700 people that partook in this event. This year we are moving to 65 sites because we have a grant, a $1,000 grant from the Trans-Canada Trail, and the money was identified to clean unidentified sites. So the proposed sites are Kenborg Aquatic Center to the bridge, and Tubby's to Pioneer Village. They're going to be reviewing those this week to give a little walk to make sure that they are safe for the people to do the cleanup. So as well, other interest was we had 203 bags of garbage last year. And then we have a volunteer group, the Kinsmen, that will be coming and doing the barbecue, which is great. And the cleanup will go May 6th to 11th. So if groups are not able to clean up on May 11th, they'll be able to start early on the 6th, 7th, or 8th to allow all groups to have the flexibility to be able to go and clean our city so it looks beautiful.
Shante, just on that point, and through to administration, I wouldn't mind if we could make a request to the PRRD to waive the dumping fees for that. I believe that they did that through solid waste management through the regional cleanups, and we should, I don't know if we pay for the tipping fees for that waste, but I'm assuming we do, and I'm assuming it's a few dollars, so we should make the request to the PRRD under the solid waste management plan for a request to consider waiving those tipping fees.
So Brenda, after committee of the whole, a motion, is that your preferred? Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
So we'll bring it back.
Councillor Lexton?
Hey, we're just following through on that. If memory serves me right, it used to be waived for more than just the one day, but the entire cleanup week, if I remember properly. So it may be the request that we want to put to the regional board is to say, you know, we have this, it allows people to engage in cleanup themselves, get it out there. You're our board rep up there, but that would be a question I would ask.
We have a solid waste committee meeting, I think, this week, so I can broach it there. I just know that come up to the board, and that just triggered me on it. So, Councillor Wilbur?
Oh, just on that note, I know when I was the liaison for that, it was the week because the Rotary went around and picked up garbage from the seniors and stuff, and so that was also fell within that. So Councillor Leckstrom's correct in that. In my recollection, it was for the whole week, not just the day.
The whole pitch-in week, I think, is a pitch-in
Yeah,
week.
the pitch-in week. Yeah.
So they're waived by us, but are they waived by the PRD at the transfer stations? Do we?
It was the PRD that waived the
Okay.
fees when I was doing it, but we should check.
Thank you, sorry.
That's right. The seniors cleanup with the Rotarians will go May 13th and 14th. We're taking names downstairs, and last year we had 23 seniors that we helped, so that was great. So that's a great service for people. Another neat thing that we found out, I'm not sure if anyone heard about the Participation Community Challenge. Erin has found out about this program while it's come to all recreation groups, and what the challenge is to rally residents to sit less and move more from May 31st to June 16th. We have a chance, our community, to win $150,000 to be the most active community if we are successful. You register on www.participation.com or go to the Participation app. So I expect all you guys to go on there and start getting active, tracking your physical activity. So what they have is they have little initiatives right now for $10 to $1,000. $10 to $10 to $2,000 that you can win as individual. And we had a person in our department won $500, Erin Oliver, for just tracking her activities. And each time that you track it on the app, you get so many entries into the prizes. So it's important that we do that. So go on social media. June is Canada Parks Month celebration, and we'll be hosting Park and Play event June 1st. Shell Canada, we are partnering again with them for $5,000 for the summer in the park that we did last year. We're changing it around a little bit, looking at 5 events, but again, that pays for all the wages, all of the supplies that we need, so it's a good thing. And just talk about one of our main programs again is mini sports. It is very popular again this year. It's for 3 to 5-year-olds, and it's almost full. We're doing annual maintenance at the arena. And programming some neat things that are having, it used to be called Murder Ball, but now it's called Dodgeball. We're having 16 to 20 people, or adults, coming to that program, which is neat to have, and we're looking at possibly hosting a league. We hosted our annual user meeting, which was in March. Which was in April. From that meeting, we had a group that had requested the need to change from the Kin Arena to Memorial Arena due to space, the dressing room space, and for female players to go into Memorial Arena. Since that time, we have met with the groups that are affected to do a collaborative meeting and working towards solutions and allocating it. The groups would also like to come to Mayor and Council to have some discussion about opportunities for space of expanding dressing rooms in the Kin Arena, which they are aware that we are reducing services, not increasing services, but they would like to come as a delegation, so you will see them probably in the near future. Kenborg Aquatic Center, the Family Day event, I don't know if we reported back, we had over 900 people partake in that event. And we're working with the sponsor this year. We're losing Success by 6 because they aren't able to have any more funding. So with the sponsor, we're looking at moving the event to a Sunday, the Sunday before the stat holiday, to encourage more volunteers and participation. We're replacing the original pumps at the Kenborg Aquatic Center and going to new stainless steel pumps. And to date, we're seeing that the pumps are a lot less corrosive, so that is a good thing. We installed a new handy lift for the main pool, which was just installed last month. The other thing we think is important for you guys to know is summer lessons. We're changing the summer lessons. We used to offer morning lessons and afternoon lessons, and we're going to go just offer morning lessons. We've put notice out to the users just to ensure that they are okay with that, and we haven't received any feedback back. But what is increasing is our private lessons. So our private lessons will be in the afternoon, where the afternoon lessons would be. And what a private lesson is you can pay an instructor for 2 children and work on any level of the swimming that you need to, but we're having a large increase with those numbers. Swimming lessons have gone down, but our private lessons have gone up, so that's a good thing. Lots of events that we're doing at the pool, which she said I won't get into that. The last thing that I talk about is the Dawson Creek. For the first time since I've been here, we are hosting Life Saving and Red Cross. So we're hosting the Northern Programmers Affiliation meeting and advanced instructor course in Dawson Creek. Melina Sweezy is a national instructor for Life Saving Society, so having her be that, we're able to host regional events. So we'll have groups coming in as Fort St. John, Fort Nelson, all those areas were coming in here to be recertified this week, so it's about 16 people that are coming there, so it's exciting to see that the trainer, first aid, all their certifications for training, our instructors to become first aid people, they'll be here, so it's a good thing. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Shante.
Good thing I'm an auctioneer's daughter, I can talk fast. Let's try and talk slow.
Councillor Lexstrom?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks, Shante. You touched on it earlier, the ice users meeting. It was raised with me throughout the winter, down there with my grandchildren who are playing minor hockey now. And there was occasions, or many times, that you'd go there, and it's a good thing, very well used in McKinnon Arena, but probably overused in the sense the dressing rooms were full, the Memorial Arena had limited people involved in activity at that time. Is that the discussions you referred to, that they're trying to find a medium that works for everybody there better? Because that was something they raised with me, so.
Yeah, so one of the things that they have, minor hockey sent in a request that basically asked if they could move all of their practices over to the Memorial Arena. So when we had that letter, it was the day of the ice users meeting, we realized that we need to sit collaboratively, because the ice allocation policy goes on historical. It necessarily doesn't touch on that, so we thought it would be better to bring the groups together. So we brought figure skating and them as well together to sit down and talk. And basically the feel for that is, one of the things is if they had more dressing rooms in the Kin Arena, then they wouldn't need to go over to the Memorial Arena. And that is what we're talking about, how we allocate them. So we are allocating, basically minor hockey is going on, what we're looking at right now is all Fridays, all Saturdays, and all Sundays in the Memorial Arena. They'll be part-time, their secondary arena will be the Kin Arena. And that's what we are discussing and trying to figure out what we can do between the user groups if figure skating could move over to the Kin Arena. One of the things that is the challenge is the Kin Arena, the sound system. It's going to be about $12,000 to replace that sound system, because figure skating would require that for their figure skating, for their competitions, for dance, for synchronized skating, as well as other challenges is that the Kin Arena is a little bit not as long and not as wide. So when they have the set patterns for figures, for dance and for skills, they aren't able to go into that arena because their pattern is wider. So we're working that together. But the meeting went well. It was very positive. In minor hockey, what they have asked for is basically Friday, Saturday, Sunday in the Memorial Arena right now. And then they've looked at joining the two arenas together. They talked, but again, like we've said again, that there's not a lot of funding within the city when we're reducing services, but they would think that 2 more dressing rooms in the Kin Arena would fix a lot of things.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Shante. Any other questions, comments for Shante? Councillor Wilbur, then Councillor Earl.
I just want to clarify that Councillor Kemp runs about 18 kilometers a day, so she'll sign up on our behalf.
Mm-hmm. And she'll cover off most of council.
Good. It was easy, wasn't it? Yes, it's right there. It wasn't very hard. Okay, so the last thing I need to do, so that was our report. What happens is you guys did receive the Dawson Creek disc golf. So I'm not going to get into the full recut voice of this, because I know that we are in time strain. So we are going to meet with them next week. I just want to say that Dawson Creek Disc Golf is very much involved with the whole region within our community. They come to every one of our events, whether it's winter, whether it's summer, whatever it is. They participate, they volunteer. They're trying to find more people. They're at 50 members, 45 members. They're trying to get to 50 members. They're 70% women, 70% men, 30% women. And again, they brought in a gentleman from disc golf to bring into the schools last September, and are trying to promote the information. So it's a very great report, so you guys get a chance to read. If you'd like them to come as a delegation, they gladly will, but we will be meeting with them, Melina and myself, next week to kind of find out where they want to go and what their needs are within disc golf.
Yeah, these guys, they've done a great job, I think, of utilizing our parks into an activity, a healthy activity with a great club. and using our parks for something other than cutting grass. So I love the fact of what they've done in promoting the use of our parks in a really great way. So
Yeah.
good job.
Dawson Creek, Kinsman, Dawson Creek and Farmington and Puscoopy they all have disc golf.
Yeah. Good
amenities.
Good stuff.
Amenities there.
Councillor Earl, you had a question?
No, I was just going to mention the disc golf
Okay.
report as well, and yeah, they do great work, and it's been great to see. I think I first became aware of it from Andrew Ho, who's involved in the organization a few years back, and to watch how they've grown and reached out to other communities. And once again, you know, as far as a club and an activity, fairly low overhead and demand from us, but something that reinforces council's strategic priorities around being a tourism destination and a sports recreation, and some of the plans they have and some of the ambitions they have are really impressive. So I'd encourage anyone who's interested to look them up.
Great job, great passion they have. Shantae, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Have a nice day.
You too.
14.5, we have a report from our General Manager of Development Services. The General Managers of Development Services.
Your Worship,
The
members of
tag
council.
teaming today. Welcome, you guys.
Thank you. So we have some good statistics here coming in on the development front. A number of development permits have been issued this year. Our year-to-date's 5. Last year was 5, and 2017 was 4. So it's good to see construction industry ramping up. We've had a number of subdivisions coming in for final approval as well. So yeah, seems like strong interest out there in terms of development. We have a bit of an update on the Agricultural Land Commission. Some changes have been made at the provincial level that may potentially influence what goes on here in the city and in the region in particular. I'm going to go through a couple of those in case anyone has any questions. Might be able to answer after. First is limiting the size of these residences to 500 square meters. So it's about 5,400 square feet, so it's a large house, but in some parts of the province, that's going to limit things considerably. Limiting the number of dwellings to 1, plus a secondary suite within the principal dwelling. Repeal of the Zone 1 and the Zone 2. Of course, the North Interior and Kootenay was the Zone 2, so we're back to one zone for the whole province. And that includes replacing the regional panels with a single commission made up of the chair with other commissioners based on regional representation. So there's going to be a bit of a change there. And just the update to the purpose of the LC to preserve the agricultural land reserve, encourage farming, encourage local governments to enable farm use of land. From Council strategic priorities, we have a bit of an update on the South Dawson raw water reservoir. It's about half full now, and we're stopped for a while due to the high turbidity in the river.
I just want to add to that. We're turning the pumps on today. We've noticed turbidity is low enough that we can't get the pumps on, and some of our reservoirs are a little low. So we're ready to go to turn them back on.
Good.
And we're a little bit shy right now on reclaimed water sales due to some slow activity with Shell at the moment. That's really all I have to say, but happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Peter. Any questions for Peter? Councillor Lexter?
Just following through your comments on the agricultural land reserve, I mean, this is probably more of a statement here. We go back to one size fits all when we are significantly different than the interior of the lower mainland when it comes to agricultural land. Did the city of Dawson Creek have the opportunity to respond to these changes? I know they arbitrarily, or seem to have arbitrarily done them in my mind, but is there anything did anyone reach out to you for any input on behalf of our city or region on the changes proposed to the ALR?
I might pass this over to Duncan. I'm not aware of anything. I haven't heard anything from Kevin either, nor from any of our staff.
I know it's been ongoing. I'd have to go back and see if anything came to us, it would have come through council.
Okay. Some very concerning changes. I'll just leave it at that. We could go on for quite some time about this, but I don't believe what they've done, as well-intentioned as I'm sure they thought they were, has benefited us at all. It's just done.
Okay.
So through your worship, 2 questions that have come up today. One was regarding warranty. So Peter, maybe if you can talk about, or Devin talk about warranty.
So, yeah, I can talk to warranty. There was a question about warranty, how long the road warranty was. Our subdivision development bylaw actually states 3 years, and that's for developments going through subdivisions, everything going through our subdivision bylaw. Our internal contracts for our roadworks, 2018, 2019, those are only a 1-year warranty, and that's under the standard MMCD contract, which is used to administer all of our contracts. So the 3 are more complex. The subdivision bylaw deals with whole subdivisions. They're a lot more complex than a road project, which might just be a strip and a cap. So the regular, just one-off projects are just 1 year, and we've had good success with them so far.
So 92nd would be a 1-year warranty period on that road.
Okay, thank you.
Another question that's come forward was regarding recycling and whether we have the ability to fine, or what our abilities are. And just slid me a note. Do you know the answer, Peter, or do you need your note back?
No.
Okay.
So I'm just going to read from the bylaw, notice enforcement bylaw, and the MTI bylaw. So we have a $150 fine for depositing, under the bylaw notice, enforcement bylaw, for depositing non-approved materials in the recyclable collection cart, and a $300 ticket via the MTI for the same.
Yeah, I won't get into great detail. I know there has been some comments in social media regarding recycling. We have met with the both contractors, curbside and post collection. We do have a plan moving forward, and I would be more comfortable updating it maybe at the next meeting or the next committee of the whole.
Good, thank you. Anything further for our development services managers?
Good job.
Thanks, guys. Oh, sorry, Councillor, do you have a
Comment on warranty period. I can appreciate on a street, on an individual street, that some of the issues won't show up. But in the case of 92nd, I believe it's a major reconstruction, including some of the sewer and water. So how closely does the city or the city's representative monitor the compaction?
So I can speak to that. Yeah.
I know that the engineering requirements are there, but as far as, you know, actual monitoring on the site.
Yeah, I can speak to that because I was actually in that position for about 6 years. We're there daily. We coordinate all the geotechnical testing. We ensure the QA is done. We are doing daily reports, and we're ensuring everything's being taken care of. So our head engineer there downstairs, Kevin Swales, he'll be on site daily taking care of those things, and coordinating with any consulting engineers that we may need if it's outside of our range of expertise.
And that would differ from a subdivision where at the end of the project it's turned over to the city and we're not necessarily there daily, and that's why we have the longer warranty period.
For subdivisions, we require the subdivision engineer to be doing those inspections, but we do drop in QA checks. When I was in that position, I would go weekly, sometimes 3 times a day, sometimes every couple weeks, and make sure that, you know, just drop in QA, making sure that they're following our bylaw, as well as the consulting engineer is also signing off.
Thank you. Anything further? I just want to pass on how the guys are doing a great job of the street sweeping. I really appreciate seeing them out so early, really, this year, and getting this stuff picked up. And so if you can pass that on, we really appreciate the job they've done.
I will. I'll pass it along to our utilities manager. He's actually let me know that they got the south half of town done. They will have the north half of town done by the end of the week, and they're going to start their second round of cleaning by next week.
Good. Thank you. Could I ask on that, do we have a policy? So we have a snow removal policy that impacts prioritization of the routes. Do we have a policy in terms of how they go at the routes of the street cleaning in the spring?
I don't believe we do.
Not that I'm aware.
I don't believe, but I'll have to follow up.
Just as a, thank you. Just a question. Thanks for coming this afternoon, you guys, appreciate it.
Thanks.
And that's it for our community. Oh no, we've got one more, sorry.
Poor Patrick.
We've got an airport guy.
You gotta let me talk.
Patrick, welcome. Good to see you.
So I'll try and keep it as short and sweet so we can all get out of here. So the engineering for the runway extension is around 90% complete. They're just finishing up some things with the PDR. So based on that last meeting that we had, we think it's beneficial to get a gap analysis done to address all the concerns that were brought up. So we have an accurate picture of how we want to proceed, and so that you guys can make an informed decision moving forward. So that will be done within the month or month and a half, and they should be here to present hopefully by June. Operational strategies. So we're developing more proactive safety reports. Every crew talk, we develop a proactive safety report. We have 3 for the year so far. This year, we got issued a KDOR. So last year we had 0. This year it came to an end of our streak. One staff member forgot to call off the runway. There was no operational impacts or any safety concerns. It was just something that was reported by NAV Canada. We addressed it in one of our crew talk meetings. Staff member felt really bad that he ruined the streak, so I think that's enough punishment.
Is he still with us?
Yeah, he's still with us. Training, so one member completed UTV training, and he's also going to be attending BCMSA course in May. I plan on doing a little bit more training on safety management with our staff as well. We've completed 1 round just before Transport Canada got here about a month ago, and we have not developed any standard operating procedures. So Central Mountain Air is continuing to provide service in and out of Dawson Creek. The passenger loads vary on a day-to-day basis. Some days they'll have a full plane, some days they'll only have 5 to 7 seats. But we notice on Sundays, those are the days that are the busiest for us. Charter aircraft are increasing, and it's kind of depicted in our aircraft movements and passenger stats. So our stats are going up. March was a positive month as well. I didn't get the stats in for March fast enough, but we had 1,019 passengers in March. We're seeing increase in movements and passenger stats, so we're hoping that this is a positive trend that keeps developing out throughout the year. So we had 64 medivacs when I wrote this report. We had 8 more since then. Medivacs are huge, so we're just trying to increase the public awareness about it. As it was voiced in the public consultation, just to kind of get the word out there that we are providing as well of a service as we possibly can for them. Winter operations completed on April 18th, and now whenever we end our winter schedule, it seems like snow comes into the forecast, so we're getting ready for snow again this week. Hopefully it's just a skiff and it won't hinder us too much. But all in all, this winter was a little bit different than years past. There was a lot of freezing rain, a lot of ice. There was a lot of unique challenges that we dealt with. But I think that we all learned a lot of valuable lessons throughout this year and got stronger as a team and figured out a lot of efficiencies that weren't really there before. So even though the winter was a tough one, it was a very good learning experience. So we had Transport Canada come in the month of March, and they audited our whole safety management system, quality assurance. Pretty much they come every 3 years to ensure that you're meeting all the regulatory requirements to ensure certification. Their model is that there has to be something that they want to find just so that you can always continuously improve and you aren't getting complacent. This year, I guess they took it easy on me, but we had no findings. So that was a very big achievement for the airport. I believe the last time that has happened was in 2004. So I think that's a positive sign. so I do internal audits on our regulatory compliance, and one thing that we needed to address with security and safety was restricted area passes. So we issued out, and I got that program implemented at the airport. It showed Transport Canada that we're going a little bit above and beyond as well, which they really like. Some other news and notes. It was a year of the grand opening of Old Gramps, and they are fulfilling their expectations. A lot of foot traffic is coming in there. I'm hoping sometime in the near future that we can get this restaurant kind of identified as a landmark in BC, just because of the unique environment in there with the plane and everything else. There's nothing like this in BC with the real life aircraft. So I think that's very unique. It might be a positive trend towards tourism. We also welcomed 2 BCIT practicum students up here. They're both enrolled in the Aviation Operations and Management program, which I took. We had their chief instructors up here last week, and they are very grateful that we can give these students an opportunity to experience Northern BC community. And so the 2 students, one has lived in Hong Kong a lot of his life, and one has come from Dubai. They got a chance to come up here, and they really liked it. I think this is a good way for us to kind of think about succession planning and getting these kids exposed to Dawson just moving forward. So I think that was something very positive. New Transport Canada security regulations come in effect in May. Just the way that the world is going in related to security incidents. They're trying to get every airport, as they can be targets of bad things. So they're implementing regulations for every airport to be prepared if the AVSEC level needed to be raised. So these are new regulations implemented. I've been working with the fire department and our CMP to kind of make some contingencies already in place, and that is moving along. So a good thing is fuel sales have gone up quite a bit. Local pilots from Grand Prairie, Fort St. John, even as far as like Red Deer have come up just to fuel up. We have been cheaper than Grand Prairie and Fort St. John when it comes to fuel. So I took it upon myself to update all the websites that these pilots use for extra resources to find out what the fuel is, etc. And I'm trying to monitor it to update it as frequently as I can. And last but not least, we have a Copa for Kids event. The Dawson Creek Airport is working very closely with the local Copa organization. May 25th, we're going to give around approximately 200 kids a flight in a small aircraft with experienced local pilots. Last year it was a success, and this year we hope it's even more successful. So we want to extend out the invitation that we can hopefully all see you guys there. Any questions?
Thank you, Patrick. Questions? So thank you. Great job. Councillor Javekra?
I'll ask a question. The traction on the runway, that issue is still in the back of my mind there, where the medevac went to Fort St. John instead of landing here. Is there, my understanding is that other airports, like the bigger airports, they have a factor that they define the traction on the runway, so they can tell the pilot, and then that gives him something to relate to.
Yeah.
Do we have that here?
Yeah. So it's called the current runway friction index. We run your regulatory compliance is to run one every 8 hours. We run one every hour or so, especially when we know a flight's coming in. We're issuing it out. The threshold for that is that pilots want to see a 0.40. If you had a 0.001, that's the worst that your friction could be. Anything higher or above that is considered better traction. So planes are looking for a 0.4. That is the standard that we're aiming for as well. And yeah, some days, you know, when we start our shift, it's obviously not good. But when we get an hour into it and cleaning off the runway, then it gets better over time. Freezing grain is the hardest to deal with, but I think we've figured out some efficiencies with dealing with that in the future.
Councillor Parslow?
So that equipment is in that pickup truck, isn't it? It's all
Correct.
computerized.
Yeah.
So that's it.
Cool. Good, well, thank you, Patrick, and I would just want to emphasize the COPA event, because it is an event put on by our local pilots, volunteers, and they're taking kids out on a flight for them, and as I've heard from a couple of the local guys to really encourage anybody to bring your kids out or come out for yourself for a real fun day, and really a great gesture on behalf of the local pilot. So we'll make sure to put it on the calendar.
Sounds good. Thank you,
Patrick. So that ends our committee of the whole. Duncan, anything further for you?
Just a free dumping motion you had talked about during Shantae's committee of the whole.
Oh yeah, if we can just make maybe if we can just have direct administration to follow up with RD to check on the tipping fees
For pitch-in week.
Pitch-in week.
Sure.
Move, Councillor Wilbur, second, Councillor Parslow. All in favor? Opposed? Carry. Thank you. So at this point, then we'll recess to closed, and we had 8 reasons why we're doing that. I'm not reading them.
Because we are.
So we'll recess for 5 minutes.